Am I the asshole for walking out on a double date that my friend set up with him, his girlfriend, and a girl that I had already rejected before? I feel like I need to say this for this post to not be removed. This is not about the date, about relationships or something. I want a judgment on me walking out of there. The cast are me, 25 male, Joe, 26 male, and Jane, 24 female. To give you a little background on this situation, I met Jane through Joe's girlfriend at her birthday party last year. At first, Jane was fun to talk to, but not even an hour later, Jane was really into me and tried really badly to hit on me during the party, which pretty much ruined my time there as the feeling was not mutual in the slightest bit. Also at the time I was already with someone. So the first impression I got from Jane was that she was clingy, annoying, and just wouldn't stop bothering me. Unfortunately for me, she became part of my larger friend group because she's a part of Joe's girlfriend's friend group. That's a mouthful, sheesh. And because me and Joe hung out a lot, and am also friends with his girlfriend, I pretty much run into her at minimum twice a month. So first time Jane asked me out was a month after that party. I informed her that I was with someone and not interested. She tried again 2 months later when I broke up with my then girlfriend, but again I declined her advances and told her I was not interested. I got into a new relationship not long after, but unfortunately she and I broke up about 2 months ago. Since then, as you might have anticipated, Jane has asked me out again, and I said no again. Well, that brings us to this week. Everything's been opening up here, and Joe had been trying to fix me up with a friend of his girlfriend and would not tell me who. He is well aware of me having rejected Jane multiple times and the fact that I'm not interested in her. He knows this in detail. After a lot of what he calls convincing and I call whining, I had no interest in dating anytime soon. I relented and decided to agree to this double date idea of his. We agree on meeting at Joe's apartment, and lo and behold, Joe, his girlfriend, and Jane are occupying the dinner table, obviously intending for my date to be Jane. I honestly just got so goddamn angry that I couldn't even get a single word out, turned around, and left. I have been bombarded with texts and calls about how much of a douche I am and how terribly I hurt Jane, and so on. And I'm just like, I literally rejected her like 3 times. I am not interested in her. You knew that. Your girlfriend knew that. Our entire friend group has a running joke about obsessive Jane, for frick's sake. So literally everyone knows it. So am I the asshole? In the comments, Just Let Be says, not the asshole, but your friend obviously is. Setting someone up with someone who rejected that person is cruel, not the fact that you turned around. I would honestly do the same. Jane is just as much an asshole as the rest. She knew what was up. Agree. Jane isn't some innocent bystander here. She's been rejected a half a dozen times at this point, but can't take no for an answer. It is beyond harassment at this point. Snoo Chipmunk says, I was very concerned when I read this. What I think you need to do is step back from the situation. You need to re-examine your relationship with your friend Joe. Joe knows how you feel about this girl, and the fact that he set you up like this is a red flag. Joe's girlfriend used her relationship with him to set you up with Jane. Joe is a grown man, and if he is easily manipulated by his girlfriend this way, then you don't need this as a friend. As for Jane, this is what you need to do. You need to be straight with her. You tell her that you do not have feelings for her, and that you will go no contact with her from now on. And that if she tries to contact you in any way, that you will get a lawyer and call the police pressing charges on her for stalking and harassment. You might want to consider telling your workplace or your landlord about Jane, because if you go no contact with her, something tells me that she may try to show up at your work or your home. Just a thought for your friend Joe and his girlfriend. You tell your friend Joe and his girlfriend that you need to take a break from them for a while. After what they did, I wouldn't trust them as far as I can throw them, and that you need some time to reconsider your friendship with Joe. Even if Joe apologizes for what he's done, he's proven he cannot be trusted with his girlfriend around. He fully knew this was a setup. You're an adult and can find friends elsewhere. Joe's not your family, so you don't owe him anything. It doesn't matter how long you've been friends, even if you consider him family. What he did would break the trust that I would have in a person. After some time, and going no contact with Joe and his girlfriend or low contact, if you do decide to stay friends with Joe, you can start off slowly. You can spend time with him until you can rebuild trust with him. Away from his girlfriend, she is not a part unless she becomes his wife, then it's a whole different story. But until they're married, does not need to be in your relationship because she has no say in it whatsoever. Now, if you do continue the friendship with Joe, you tell him you do not want Jane around you or to give her any information. Or better yet, not to give his girlfriend any information. Until you completely trust Joe, don't tell him anything about your personal life. Just go out, have beers, play pool, go to the movies, hell, even go fishing. If you think the friendship is worth saving, but if it's not worth saving, then you can't fully trust him anymore, because he's helping this girl stalk you. Then I suggest you get some new friends. Call that lawyer to find out what you can do if Jane does not leave you alone. You can either get a restraining order or a protective order, but if you don't have enough evidence for that, you can get a non-contact order. But if she tries to contact you in any way on social media, phone calls, or even comes to your workplace or shows up at your house, or even through your friends, she can get arrested. And when that happens, you can get a full restraining order against her. And if that doesn't work, I'll say sue for stalking and harassment if not taken seriously. If you have the money and exhausted all other resources, it might scare her off. Well, you have a right to be happy. When I read this post, I was seriously worried about you. You deserve to be with someone that makes you happy. I feel like this girl's gonna keep coming after you and instantly turn into a full-fledged stalker. So you need to be careful and watch your back. Please give us an update soon, because I'd like to know how you handled the situation. And now, onto the update. So it's been a little under 2 months, and I've received quite a few requests to make an update over the past 9 or so weeks. Looking at you, Snoo Chipmunks. At first, I was going to make one a week ago, or 3, but I decided against it and instead chose to wait until I had some proper updates, but well, here goes. So it turns out that some of the more pessimistic of you were right. Jane was being obsessive and stalkerish, and it sort of all came tumbling down on her at that point. A week or so after I made my post, she decided to message me. It came down to her not understanding why I was showing interest in her and then refused to date her. I never showed interest in her beyond basic friendliness. A wall of text dedicated to thrashing my previous relationships and calling them all sorts of names, specifically pointing out how I dated the wrong girls, and a weird rant about how everyone agreed me and her were meant to be, which just isn't the case. Like I said in my previous post, there's a running joke in our friend group about how weird she is. Now, you might think that this is something that can be expected, something that just happens, an outlet for her of sorts, except she sent it from the wrong account. See, I had become internet friends with a person in the past month or two. Me and her would game together, chat from time to time, the usual organic internet friend situation, and the messages concerning our date was sent from this account. It turns out she had literally used this alias to infiltrate my internet friend group and keep tabs on me of sorts. Obviously, this freaked me the hell out. I took screenshots of what she had sent me and afterwards blocked all accounts that I knew that she was now using. I followed that up by sharing everything in our friend's Discord and in our friend WhatsApp group so that everyone could see, which resulted in her being kicked from both. And I later got a call from Joe, full-on apologetic, telling me he had no idea and that he knew that he shouldn't have done it, but that his girlfriend was being pressured by Jane. Turned out, Jane had literally been bitching at her for months to arrange something like this, and she finally caved. Again, creepy stuff. I told him that I needed some time, as he really effed me over big time, and I didn't trust him anymore as a result. While Jane has been shunned by all of her friends, she still contacted me twice. Once to apologize, which quickly turned into weird shit where she started talking about us. She is convinced that there is an us and that I am interested, and another time just to curse at me. Both from random accounts. I'm not sure where to go from here, and I'm still pretty shook up. In the comments, Snoo Chipmunk says, "I knew it. I told you she turned into a stalker, using a fake alias and trying to keep tabs on you. I'm not surprised she did this. So Jane was bothering her friend for months. And then she badgered Joe into setting you guys up. So your friend Joe caved into his girlfriend like she did to Jane. Jane is persistent. When she wants something, she wants it, and she wants you. And she will stop at nothing to get it. By getting her best friend to set that double date up with you, it accomplished, I don't know, it took months to set up, but eventually she got what she wanted. Now, as for Joe, he has at least got to apologize to you. But it's your choice if you believe him or not, or if you accept it. But at least he acknowledges that he screwed up. But I don't blame you for not trusting him. It'll take a long time for him to get your trust back. But as long as he's with his girlfriend, I would not trust her. Now she calls and apologizes to you, but I don't know how to handle that one. But I'd be surprised if she did. This girl lives in a fantasy world. Just be careful and cut all contact. Depending on where you live, tell her that you'll get a protective order or a restraining order against her, and that you'll involve the cops. Be safe and watch your back. OP replies, they both apologized, like full-on long-ass apology via email, but I'm gonna put some distance between me and them, go low contact. I don't think I want friends that screw me over like that. As for a restraining order, I think it's pretty damn difficult to get one. Lighthouse Seek says, there is a non-zero chance that OP's relationship, the one after his original girlfriend, was ended because of Jane. I didn't think of that, and it would be so creepy if you're right. May I never get friends like Joe and his girlfriend. I can't imagine any of my friends acting like that. If someone is being weird and pushy, you confront them and ask what's up. They literally chose their peace of mind and the status quo. The bit about her infiltrating his online friend group is terrifying and would give me trust issues for years. I normally hate the "if this was a woman" comments, but seriously, nobody would dream of setting up a woman with that creepy, persistent friend, so why is it okay to do it to OP? Jane might be less likely to murder OP, but she can still ruin his life. And it really does sound like she did ruin his life in many ways. I am with those commenters in thinking that it was odd to have that relationship break up so quick, especially given OP being like, unfortunately, it ended much sooner, I guess, than he expected. And I think Jane had a part to play in that. Jane is not good news. Jane very much gives off psychopath vibes. I hope that she leaves OP alone and that the social shunning was enough to keep her gone. But sometimes people like that will take it as a challenge and look for revenge against those that dared to stand up for themselves and give those people consequences for their actions. In any case, thank you for the story and thank you for the update, OP. My girlfriend is turning 21 and she wants me to throw her a party. How do I break the news that no one will show up? Birthdays have always been hard on my girlfriend. She's had a few parties as a child when no one showed up, and since moving states in the middle of high school, she hasn't made close friends. Here at college, she tries hard to make friends. She talks well to people on a superficial basis, but doesn't have any real friends. She's never been invited to a college party and has often missed out on many typical activities. We've been together for 3 years, since freshman orientation. I don't have friends, but I'm happy that way. I like keeping to myself if I'm not spending time with her. Since she's naturally extroverted, she spends her free time with me or at club meetings trying to connect with people. She asked if I could put together a small party, so I invited some acquaintances, my roommates, etc., and everyone said no. I gave the invites well in advance too. I don't know how to break the news to my girlfriend, as she's been so excited. She thought providing free food and drink would be a great way to make friends, but people don't want to come even for that. What can I do? In the comments, a deleted user asks, why do all these people that you know, friends, roommates, etc., dislike her enough not to come? If she's extroverted, what's going wrong with how she interacts with people to make them not want to be around her? OP says, I don't know. She can be a bit silly and goofy, but I like that about her. She doesn't cause drama, she's a good listener, has a good sense of humor. She's extroverted, but tends to be shy around new people. She also tends to act pretty differently depending on the person. I do that too, to an extent. Honestly, I don't know why people are all declining. I've never been invited to a party, but I would go to support someone. So then, why don't you ask them? OP says, they all make bullshit excuses about being busy. Some of these people I know are not busy that day. I don't think they want to insult her to my face. They probably don't actually dislike her. They're probably basically neutral about her and are surprised that they're invited to her party. Did you tell them that it's a small party? People will attend big parties even if they're not super close to the host, but a small party basically says close friends only. They may even feel that you were mistaken in inviting them if they think it's a small party for her best friends. Edit. Recently, a woman invited me and a few of my friends to her birthday party. We weren't close with her, and definitely wouldn't have gone to her apartment for drinks because it would feel weird since, again, we weren't close. But her party was a karaoke party, which is something my friends and I like to do anyway. So we showed up and had a great time with her. Is there anything that your acquaintances love to do that you could build your party around instead of drinking? Armand Malaise says, so you can't tell her without crushing her. You'll either accept that will be the outcome, or keep it to yourself and find an alternative way to celebrate with her and you alone. Maybe a nice light dinner and then a fun activity, like a paint and drink event, followed by a stop at a bar. Make her feel like you wanted it to be only the two of you, but don't go over the top. Also, when it's your 21st and you're anywhere that serves alcohol, everyone is your friend. OP replies, she and I actually don't drink. We would be purchasing drinks for other people, but we don't have any interest in it. I've taken her out to dinner the last few years. She's appreciative, but tends to feel sad afterwards because only one person cares that it's her birthday. She's always wanted at least a couple people to care enough to celebrate with her. Honestly, what a weird circumstance, and I do want to know what the exact reason is that no one wants to hang out with her because OP seems to be dancing around the reason. If he's painting her in such a magical and normal light, I don't feel like there should be any reason that people are dodging this event en masse and that it hasn't happened to her for so many years. Just seems like a case of where there's smoke, there is fire, and I don't particularly trust what he's saying. And now, onto the update. I logged into Facebook at like 2 a.m. last night, and my girlfriend has posted a message on the party event wall saying the party was cancelled. She saw the no-shows before I could let her know about it. I called her and suggested some other activities we could do. Things like amusement parks or concerts or taking a cooking class. I thought she'd like all those ideas. She said, no thank you. We were kinda quiet over the phone until she asked me in a really small voice if I could come over. We met outside her dorm at like 3 in the morning. She was crying, as I expected, but it was just watery eyes, not full-on sobs like how she usually cries. It's okay, she said. Some people aren't meant to have friends. I told her she was exaggerating, that she just needs to look in different places, etc. She shook her head and said, no, I'm done. This morning at breakfast, we passed a lot of mutual acquaintances. Usually my girlfriend smiles and says hello, but today, she kept her eyes on the pavement, not looking at anyone. She barely ate, but other than that, she seemed like her normal self with me, talking and laughing. She just wouldn't look at anyone else. She told me how she's going to use this extra time to get better in her classes, to work on her jewelry, and maybe open an Etsy shop, to read more books. I asked her if this is really what she wanted, and she said, no, but life doesn't always give you what you want. I didn't want to be an engineer, I didn't want to live in a basement alone, I didn't want to hate college and wish every day that I could drop out, but you make the best of it. Her voice was breaking as she said this, but she didn't cry. She left the breakfast table after that and said she wanted to be alone. Where the hell do I go from here? Her actual birthday is tomorrow. We were throwing the party a week later, and she insists she doesn't want to do anything. Is it bad that part of me sort of agreed with her, that some people aren't meant to make friends? I don't think I am, but obviously she wants friends, and it's making her miserable. Edit, I'm sitting with her in her dorm right now. She's on the bed reading. I'm on the couch minding my own business, just being near her. She's okay. And now for the next update. Short update here. I stayed with my girlfriend for a while last night. She just read a book and didn't talk much. I cuddled her a bit, but she mostly wanted space. This morning, I came to her room with flowers and a gift. She accepted the flowers with a smile. She told me that she wanted to go home to her parents this weekend. I was pretty sad about that, and I wanted to make her feel loved and special, but she said she needed to get off campus for a bit, so I said okay. I took her to the bus stop, said goodbye, and now here I am. She did love the present though. It was a book that she'd been wanting for a while. Hopefully she'll feel better when she comes back. In the comments, Admin UK says, "You've done the right thing so far, so very well done. You're a hell of a guy. One thing though, you might want to ring ahead and tell her parents what happened. I know she seems okay, but you don't go from the level of sadness she has had over the last few days to okay that quickly. Might be best if they keep an eye on her." And OP says, "She's already home by now, it's not very far, and they're likely celebrating her birthday. I don't really want to put a damper on things. She obviously wants to move on." Admin UK replies, "Ah, fair enough then. Still, credit to you. You're an awesome boyfriend and a great human being. I know everyone is feeling for your girlfriend right now, including myself, but you've been through hell too. I've been in similar situations, and I know how helpless and useless you feel, but you're doing all the right things. Top human marks for you." And OP says, "Thanks. I appreciate it." Alice in Borderlands says, "Remember what people said in your last update. Maybe just a quick call to be sure that she arrived safely, nothing more needed." OP says, "She called me once she got there. She's fine." And now, onto the latest update. Anyway, the school year is in full swing and she cries all the time. At least 3 times a week, if not more. She feels like she's taking advantage of my kindness, so she tries not to cry in front of me. She's completely abandoned the search to find friends and doesn't go out except for food, class, etc. There are happy moments too, and she'll still go out with me, but she just seems fragmented overall. She actually did pursue therapy at our university because she felt like she really needed someone to talk to that wasn't me. They informed her that all the spots they had were full, and that unless she was a suicide risk, they didn't have room. Heartless, right? It really made her feel bad, but she didn't want to lie and say she was a suicide risk. She feels lonelier than ever. There's no doubt in my mind that she's depressed. She pours all of her energy into schoolwork and hasn't really touched her hobbies much either. She can't afford therapy other than university, and they won't give it to her. Is there any way she can get the help that she needs? In the comments, lastly, and this might be difficult to hear, but she needs to stop placing so much of a priority on people liking her and wanting to hang out with her. I learned long ago that some people just won't like you, and that's perfectly okay. Nothing at all you can do about it. She should pursue her interests, join clubs, etc. When she begins appearing more confident and well-adjusted, friendships will naturally flow. Ding ding ding, knockout. OP says, "That's what she's been doing for the last 3 years. She was actually pretty confident for a while, but I guess she always thought that she would have made 1 or 2 friends by now, and it's starting to crash down around her." Procyon says, "You're in your senior year, right? Unfortunately, by now, most people already have a circle of friends. It's going to be much harder to suddenly become the new person in a group who's been hanging out together for years. Close friends in college may not happen for her. She should focus more on getting through school and what comes after. Who knows? Maybe everyone in her new job will love her. At the very least, it'll be a fresh start. Have you considered moving in together after school? I'm pretty introverted and don't hang out with people much, but I come home to my boyfriend every day, and that means a lot to me. I don't ever feel lonely." And OP says, "We do plan to move in together. I plan to propose after graduation, but she doesn't have any plans for herself after graduation, so I don't know if she'll be happy or not." Procyon replies, "Then that's my advice to you. Stop focusing on college and focus on what comes after. She needs to start making plans. She's planning to have a career, right? Can she look into getting an internship in something related to her field? Please remind her that she will be starting all over again after she graduates anyway. Stick it out and then just keep trying." OP replies, she's in a major that she hates, so she's been avoiding everything related to after graduation. I worry about what she's going to do too. She's very smart, but her major isn't right for her at all. So if she got into the industry, she'd probably hate it. Procyon replies to that, well, she's got to figure it out eventually, so why not now? She has to work somewhere after graduating, or you're going to end up supporting her financially. OP says, I don't mind supporting her, but I know she wouldn't like that. She might be thinking about a plan, but she hasn't talked about it much. The question for me at the end of all of this is then, why is she continuing to study in a major that she hates? I know it's so easy for me to just ask that question, but I don't know, why don't you just change to something that you like instead of continuing doing something that you hate? It's obviously negatively affecting her mental health. She's not locked into that major. I guess there's a lot of ways that you could remedy a situation like this, but this story kind of just kept on going after the birthday party, and it strayed so far from it that it's more like a play-by-play account of how their life has been going. Doesn't sound like it's going to be going well anytime soon, so I wish you two the best of luck, OP. Good luck. Our next post is by user oddmountain8384, and it's titled, Am I the asshole for telling my neighbor his wife's early bedtime isn't my problem? Me, 24 male, and my fiancé, 25 female, moved into our first rental 15 months ago. We get along great with our neighbors on one side, but the couple, mid-50s on the other side, have been nightmarish. The pattern started early. 3 weeks after moving in, we politely warned neighbors about a small housewarming. 15 people, music off by 11, over by 12:30, Saturday. Before we could finish explaining, the wife cut us off saying that our afternoon music was too loud because our husband was recovering from a stroke. We were completely apologetic, said we had no idea, hoped he'd get well soon, and reassured her the housewarming wouldn't be too loud or late. Escalating harassment. For 12 plus months, they banged on walls whenever we would make normal noise. Hoovering, hairdryer, music, even mid-afternoon. They deliberately wind up our dogs from their garden and then complain about barking. They've thrown stuff over our fence that sent one of our dogs to the vet with an obstruction, but we have no proof though. Today's incident, I've been doing DIY for our nursery, as my partner is pregnant. I purposely start at midday to be considerate, but got delayed by a hospital appointment halfway through today. So when I got home, I was finishing off sanding at 7:30 to 8 p.m. Still daylight until 10 p.m. here, when the husband stormed over at 7:55 p.m. He said that his wife goes to bed at 6 p.m. and I'm bang out of order. I apologized, but said I'd be 10 more minutes, and he started getting aggressive. I then again said that I was sorry, but ultimately his wife's early bedtime isn't my problem. She could use earplugs or close windows rather than expect the world to stop. He threatened to wake us up at 4 a.m., and I calmly said, knock yourself out, mate. He then squared up to me saying, you'll regret that. I'm gonna make your lives living hell. What, like it wasn't already? Important context, our lease allows power tools until 9 p.m. Council only considers noise nuisance to be nuisance noise between 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. Other neighbors warned us that he's damaged previous tenants' property and was caught kicking someone's cat. We're worried about property damage to our cars and house, stress on my pregnant partner, and potential harm to our dogs when the baby comes. We do have cameras, but ultimately don't need the stress of worrying about what they might do due to the pregnancy. Am I the asshole? In the comments, that's a funny profile name. Make a list of the times that you were harassed and call the cops to give them a verbal. Once it's on record, every time you call the cops on them for acting out, the problems for them escalate legally. OP replies, yeah, I think that's the way it's gonna go, unfortunately. MLI1 replies, then go in and speak to the desk sergeant. Explain the issues and that you don't want to escalate, but the neighbor has now made threats to you to hurt you and your property. Low Temperature says, not the asshole, of course. You are well within your rights to complain to the landlord about this harassment. I don't know where you're at, but where I live, California, the law states that you're entitled to peaceful enjoyment of the property that you are renting. So in a case like this, the landlord would be legally obliged to confront your neighbors and evict them if the harassment doesn't cease. Save all of the evidence you have and talk to the landlord. And OP replies, "We're in the UK, but I'm pretty sure it's a similar situation law-wise. The Landlord Association is aware and is contacting us tomorrow to discuss further. The only thing is, we're not sure whether they rent their house or own it. We'll find out tomorrow. Hoping they rent." And now, onto the update. Cameras have gone up covering the front more, and camera ordered for the back to watch the adjoining fence. Police report has been made, and an officer will be coming out to see us within the next couple of days to get more details. Housing Association are also aware and are contacting us today. Thanks for everyone's advice. We'll update further when I have new developments. And as of right now, when I'm recording this, there aren't any further developments, but I liked this one. It was nice and quick, and that is an egregious bedtime. 6 p.m.? I'm sorry, but is there really people here that go to bed at 6 p.m.? That's crazy. I thought my sister was weird for going to bed at 8:30, 8 p.m., because, it makes sense here in Australia. In the winter, it gets dark at like 5 o'clock, so that's 3 hours of nighttime. But there, it doesn't get dark until 10 p.m. in the UK. Why would you go to bed with 4 hours of sunshine left? Like, I remember living in Ireland and having a very similar sunrise and sunset kind of schedule that they have there. I'm not particularly used to it because where I'm at, it's usually like 12 hours of day, 12 hours of night, consistently throughout the whole year without not many differences. But yeah, my circadian rhythm was definitely thrown off going to bed when it's still sunny at like 10:30 p.m. Couldn't deal with that personally. So with all of that and all of the bullshit going on in this story, like the amount of harassment that they've had to deal with before any real problems came up from those tenants, I can only imagine the scenes, the absolute shit show that's going to go on now that OP is bringing the proper authority into the situation. Very interesting to see what happens to those people. Anyway, thank you for the story, and thank you for that small update, OP. I think my neighbor might be stalking me. I'm not sure, and I want to ask here before I tell my husband, because I'm afraid he might react strongly. I, 24 female, live in a pretty close-knit neighborhood. I'm a stay-at-home mum to a toddler girl and a boy who is in the 1st grade. My husband, 32 male, works away from home, and he's gone most of the day, sometimes overnight. I've begun noticing that the neighbor who lives on our left, who is 28 male, is around a lot more. I know he works from home, but I feel like I see him whenever I'm outside with my kids. When I go to the grocery store, I notice him leaving as well, and then he pulls back in at the same time as me. Whenever I come back from picking my son up from school, he's outside. I have a Ring doorbell, and have noticed when I go right from the school to my house, around 20 minutes, he's only out for 20 minutes. He'll go right in after I go in, but if I go somewhere else or take longer, he'll be out there until I come home, and then he'll go back in. I feel kind of freaked out. I've always had fine interactions with him. He always waves and everything. He works as a programmer from home, and he's never done anything bad. It's just how often I see him. I don't want to mention anything to my husband because he has a pretty short fuse, and I'm scared he'll flip out and go and confront him or think I'm having an affair or something crazy like that. Am I just being paranoid, or does this seem like something I should mention? In the comments, Vortex4 says, "If you're scared that by mentioning to your husband about a stalking neighbor would result in him going off on one and accusing you of an affair, then your marriage doesn't sound good at all. You shouldn't be afraid of your husband. Though it sounds like it's another classic case of older guy in his 20s going after a teenage girl and marrying and having kids with her, and she's afraid of him." OP replies, "I'm not afraid of him, but I am afraid of him flying off the handle if I'm just being paranoid." As Greb says, "This is really not a lot to go on. Perhaps you should spend a week or two changing up your pattern and doing your best to avoid/ignore this guy. See if any more patterns become apparent." And OP says, "I have. That's what I'm saying. I switched times, how long I'm out, etc., and he is still only out when I'm out. Does he try to talk to you? Have you ever seen him out at the grocery store or cleaners and restaurants? If you feel up to it, you might comment to him that it's weird that you see him regularly. Understand that nothing could be done about this short of a restraining order, so it's best to try to discourage him yourself. Do a couple of other things. Keep a logbook of when and where you see him. Tell a friend and family member what you were doing and why. OP says, we talked to him in a friendly manner before, and yes, I've seen him at the store. I feel like you kind of have to read between the lines in this situation and start assuming things from OP's side that aren't particularly said out loud. Like, yes, the weird stalking neighbor is a very big problem, but the fact that she feels like she can't discuss this with her husband in fear of retaliation is another big one. You know, I'm always going to be against these big age gaps that they have, and I'm going to assume that she was in her late teens, early 20s when she got with this guy, and he was in his late 20s because that is a wild age gap, and it points to a power imbalance, a relationship imbalance, a maturity imbalance, and that kind of tells me why she's scared of her husband, and that maybe intuitively she knows not to come to him with like any problems because he's just going to lose his shit and do something crazy and psycho. And again, in that case, I'm like, what are people doing getting in gigantic age gap relationships? This is more common than not. This is the consequence of actions like that. But hey, I'm curious to see how she solves this situation. I don't think there is a good outcome here. I really don't think anything good can come of this situation if she says something, if she says nothing. And now, on to the update. Hello, I'm posting an update on something that I posted a little over a month ago. I was concerned that my neighbor was stalking me. I was debating whether or not to tell my husband for fear of him overreacting. I decided to tell my husband about it, and I just said, "Hey, have you noticed Trevor outside a lot?" And he said no, and asked me why, and I said, "Oh, no reason. I've just noticed him outside whenever I'm out there." And I wish I hadn't said anything. My husband immediately was like, "What do you mean noticing him? Why are you noticing him?" And I tried to drop it, but he kept pushing. So eventually I just told him basically what I wrote in the post, and he exploded, and immediately went next door even though I begged him not to. And he went to our neighbor's door and started pounding on it and yelling. Our neighbor came to the door and knew that my husband was looking for a fight because he was immediately like, "You need to leave now." Obviously, my husband didn't leave, and it began a pretty serious verbal altercation and eventually physical. The police came and broke it up, telling my husband to go back home and stay away from the neighbor. As you can imagine, the entire thing was horrible. All of the neighbors were outside. We live in a pretty affluent, quiet neighborhood, so the police don't usually get called. When we got back into the house, my husband began yelling at me. He asked me if I was sleeping with the neighbor, why I had been asking about him, why the neighbor got so defensive, etc. He was so angry I didn't recognize him. He began hitting the walls and throwing things. When I tried to reason with him and tell him the situation, he began to get physical with me as well. After a while, I was able to call the police. They arrested him, and I had to stay at the hospital for a bit. Right now, my kids and I have an order of protection against my husband. I have not seen or talked to him since this happened. After I came home, I went over to my neighbor's house to apologize for what happened. He told me that he had known my husband was abusive and could hear him yelling at me and the kids. He said that the reason he was often outside when the kids and I were is because he felt unsure about if he was abusive or not and wasn't sure if he should say anything. He said that he used the times to say hi to us to see if there were any bruises or signs of physical injury and to see if the kids seemed all right. I don't want to reconcile with my husband. My oldest son, 6, keeps asking me why his father used his hands instead of his words. My 2-year-old keeps playing with her dolls and saying, "Daddy, don't hit, don't hit." It makes me want to cry. They're seeing therapists to help process all of this. In the comments, Spaceship828 says, "Divorce him before it gets worse." And OP says, "Like I said in the post, I don't have any plans of reconciling with him. Divorce is very expensive, so I'm not sure when I will officially begin the process. There's a lot of things that I need to get in order first, but I have no intention of not divorcing him. Quote, I'm not afraid of him, I'm just afraid of his reaction, is the most DV victim take I have ever seen. Truly awful. It's so depressing when a lot of her comments are some variation of, no, actually, I'm 100% safe with him, lol. I'm just afraid he might hurt someone. So I have no doubt that if someone were actively attempting to harm me or my children, my husband would have thrown down. It's one of the reasons I fell in love with him. But I also know that he would never ever lose his temper and actually hurt someone just for being outside or looking at me, etc. I think women in abusive relationships don't understand the difference. Their brains try to justify the uncontrolled rage as him being protective and loving. It makes me so sad. I hate that there are so many people out in the world that don't understand what actual love is. Yeah, that was another bit that kind of screamed DV. The way she talked about him getting angry, as if she wouldn't actually be able to have a civil conversation with him about the topic she brought up that clearly pissed him off, because he would immediately jump to violent actions. OP needed to listen to herself. I'm not afraid of him, but I am afraid of him. I hope things get better for her and her children. Yeah, and it's not always easy to pick up on the language that victims of DV use, because for me, initially reading through it, it seemed very convincing that like, oh yeah, the neighbor is a problem. And yeah, we do have to kind of tiptoe around the husband. And I initially didn't quite get it until I started going through the comments and I'm like, oh yeah, she's in danger. She's in trouble. This is really bad. I hadn't thought about it like that initially. I'm sorry that OP ended up in hospital as a result of that. Everything that he did was disgusting and should not have ever happened. But unfortunately, there are monsters out there like that everywhere. I hope she's able to keep her kids away from him. I hope they don't have to see him again, though it seems unlikely. It seems like he might be one of those guys that pops up and says, are you cheating on me? I know you're cheating on me, when he is the one cheating. Tale as old as time, unfortunately. Regardless, thank you for the story and thank you for the update, OP. I hope you're able to get that divorce. Our next post is by user No Dinner Invite, and it's titled, I keep meeting my birth mum, but she doesn't know it's me. She had me when she was 14, and I, 24 male, was given up for adoption. My parents told me about her growing up. I still have the letter that she wrote me that she asked if they could give it to me if they wanted. It's crazy reading it sometimes, and knowing that it was a literal child who wrote it, saying she's sorry she couldn't be my mummy, but she hopes I'm happy. She was open to having contact, but we moved for my dad's job when I was 11, and then it seemed impossible to find her, but luckily I did. She's working at this small restaurant, and I keep going, but she doesn't know it's me. We talk sometimes, and she seems like a nice lady. Sometimes when she says something like, do you want a refill, honey? Or uses another term like that, I want to tell her. I don't know why it makes me nervous. We talk sometimes, and she seems really genuine. If it's not super busy, she's more open to talking about random stuff. I literally drive 2 hours to come eat at this place just to see her, and it's like she knows me already, because I'm there once or 2 times a week for the past 3 months, so she always says hi with a big smile. But man, if only she knew. In the comments, Deleted says, she didn't give you up out of spite. It's a child who loved you. Please tell her, because I think for her this would be the biggest joy in her life. Giving up a baby while she leaves you a letter to meet? Hun, she loves you. 14 or 80, a mother's love doesn't change. Otherwise she would have erased any way to contact her. It won't surprise me you're the biggest hole left in her heart, because a mother is never whole when she lost a child who she loves. If you're too scared, write a letter about yourself with a phone number or mail, or leave a baby photo that she would recognize with your name and phone number in an envelope with her name on it. Then you don't have to say, I'm your son, but take this step, because regret is more painful than the present, and every moment counts. The present is the only thing you can change. You deserve her, and she definitely deserves you. Baby, why can't you tell her? This makes me tear up. And OP says, it's hard, I don't know why. Every time I'm on my way, I'm thinking, okay, this time I'm gonna tell her. It feels easier talking to her without the heavy emotional stuff, but at the same time, I want her to know that I'm her son. Have you thought about leaving her a note? Leave your phone number. Explain you're nervous but would love to talk to her if she wants to. Leave the ball in her court and let her reach out to you? I think this is a good avenue. I wouldn't confront her with something so heavy while she's working. If I got that kind of news at work, it'd be pretty difficult to finish my shift. Like the movie says, tell her, please. I know it's difficult, but you say you want to. My mom gave up her first son through a closed adoption and searched for him for 30 years. It was heartbreaking when he finally found her and turned out to not be a great person. You've already met her, and you know that the two of you get along. I don't know either of you, but knowing what my mom went through, I doubt that a day goes by that she doesn't wonder where you are. Yeah, honestly, I think what the comments are suggesting here are very good ideas in order to, extend the olive branch without decimating her at work and causing an awkward situation there. I do think that that would be a bad idea to just drop that on her mid-shift, because I don't think it exactly gives her time to properly process that information with the right amount of space and in the right environment. Yeah, I think finding a way to give her that information while she's off the clock and in her own space would probably be the best way to do it. And now on to the update. Well, I did it. I told her. And yeah, it was pretty heavy. My heart was even beating fast, and I kept trying to think of how to tell her. Many of the comments in my last post here mentioned writing her a letter, just how she wrote a letter for me. Originally that was the plan, but for me, it felt like I needed to say it. Oh, really quick, I want to say thanks to everyone for their love and support. Mostly to all the birth parents out there who shared their stories with me. That's what really helped push me to have the courage to confront her. It meant so much, so thanks. Everything happened the day before yesterday, by the way. I did wait for her to be done with her shift, and that was when they were closing the restaurant already. And I waited in the parking lot. We said hi when she saw me first, but then I told her there was something serious that she needed to know. First, I told her sorry for keeping it from her this long, but she didn't react until I actually pulled out her letter. And she started bawling from there, like screaming and crying at the same time, and I didn't even have to finish the whole "I'm your son" speech. She just saw it and knew. It was crazy. The next thing I know, she's hugging me instantly, but then she pulled back and asked if it's okay to hug me. Of course it is. And we're just there hugging and crying in the parking lot. It hit her hard though. Her legs gave out for a second, so I had to actually hold her up while she was still hugging me for a minute. What really got me was her saying to me, "Look how big you got." Also, hearing her cry made me cry too. She went back to open the restaurant up. She wouldn't take no for an answer, and we had coffee, ate a slice of their pie inside, and talked. So many things we talked about. She told me the second time I came to the restaurant, she got a feeling, but for her it was hard to believe that it was me. So that feeling she had was pushed way down. Because she told me for years after I was adopted, she saw kids that would be my age and used to think they were me. Then she would be crying in public. It fucked with her mind a lot and made her depressed, so she didn't want to do the same when she saw me, getting her hopes up like that. She says I looked so much like my biological dad when he was younger though. We talked about him too. They stayed in contact with each other in case I ever reached out to one of them, so it would be easier to contact the other. I didn't have hope about finding my biological dad, since he was never mentioned, so I'm glad they both planned for this future scenario. She told me about how they wanted to keep me, especially my biological dad. He didn't want me to be adopted, but he knew they had to because they were just kids. It took him a long time to get past it after I was born, she told me. That's why he didn't leave anything, because he didn't want to believe that he might not see me again. We talked for hours, until almost 2 o'clock in the morning. They closed at 11. She just wanted to know everything about me, but her main thing was, am I happy? Were my parents good to me? Did I have a happy childhood? And I did. I told her thank you for helping me to give me this life. We both cried, and she cried the most. Everything was very emotional for her. Sometimes she would look really happy but then get sad again. After my 18th birthday, she was hoping that I would find her, and that's why she stayed in the same city, but since I didn't, she always thought maybe I resented her, wasn't told I'm adopted, or maybe had decided that it was better not to have her around. It made me feel bad for not telling her sooner. She told me it's not my fault and I did right going at my own pace. Honestly, she's so sweet. The way she kept looking at me with the biggest smile, it made me emotional sometimes. Makes you think, how can someone who's been a total stranger your whole life look at you with so much love? It's wild. We learned so much about each other. She asked me if I could have dinner soon to keep talking, and if at some point in the future, if I'm interested to come over to her house so I can meet her husband. And that all sounded really great. We exchanged numbers. After I left, she sent a text telling me thank you for giving her this gift that she didn't know if it would ever come. My girlfriend came over, and she hugged me while I cried. I wasn't sad, by the way. These were happy tears. Everything went better than I expected. There was still emotionally heavy stuff, but I'm still glad that we got to open up to each other. And on to the latest update titled, I met my biological dad for the first time ever, and I'm very happy about it. Lots of you asked to let you know how it goes meeting my biological dad, and to say that it was emotional is an understatement. I've been feeling so many things since this all happened. We met a few days ago. Was originally supposed to be almost 2 weeks ago, but shit kept coming up. Work, and then I got sick, not COVID, for days. But we made it happen. To be honest, this was more nervous for me because I didn't know anything about him. With my bio mum, it was different because I watched her from afar and got to know her a little before it came out. So I asked my bio mum if she could be there too, just because she knows him better. So it was the two of us waiting for him at this park. He was already crying before we even got to him. This guy is strong too, so he pulled me in for the biggest bear hug and crying. He told me he wants me to know that they loved me so much, and he loves me. I lost count of how many times he'd come back in for one more hug. This definitely got to him, and he kept saying thank you God a few times. Looking at my face, the feelings, man, the feelings. We had so many of them. Hearing him tell me how much they love me, even back then, it meant so much for me to hear that, and not gonna lie, that had me holding him tight too. I'm sure to everyone at the park it was weird seeing 3 crying people. My bio dad said he cried so many times just driving over here, he didn't think he had any more tears until he saw us. And when we were all sitting down, it hit me that my bio mum was not lying when she said we look alike. Obviously he's older, but still, holy shit, the similarities. He brought gifts too, which was a surprise. It was really nice, and he told me I don't have to keep them if I don't want it, but he felt weird not coming around with anything, and he's wanted to give me this for a long time. One was a teddy bear holding a picture frame of him at the hospital holding me. He was 15 years old. It's still crazy to realize that. And then the other thing was a journal. The journal thing was stuff he said he started writing to me years after I was adopted. He was in therapy, and that helped him to cope, thinking he would give them to me one day. His way of still feeling connected to me. I haven't read everything yet, but some of the pages were his thoughts, and like if he's talking to me. How he felt when they found out she was pregnant, then the adoption, everything going on in his mind when he first got to hold me as a baby. I didn't even know he was at the hospital too. It was not like I was expecting. It really got me. I read some more of what he wrote last night, and that really got me crying. I'm sad to think how much this affected him emotionally for years. I also think it's pretty sweet that he wanted to write this for me. We talked about his own life, which was pretty hard. His struggles with home life, and the feelings he had about giving me up. Then he wanted to know everything about me. Basically with the same questions my bio mom had. I made sure they knew that they made the right decision, because my life was pretty great. He looked like he wanted to cry when he knew that, because that's all they'd hoped for, and it was something he always wondered about for years. My bio mum left a bit after we were more comfortable, so we could talk more in private once it didn't feel too awkward between us. From there, he told me stories about how he met my bio mum. Sometimes he'd point out stuff that he noticed about me that reminds him of her and him having similar likes. For example, I love eating mangoes. I can eat them all day, and that's what I bought when we bought snacks at the park. He told me my bio mom was obsessed with mangoes even before she got pregnant, and while pregnant, she craved them even more. Just cool info to know, even if it's random stuff. It's still stuff we have in common, and we both have lots. We both like hiking, playing pool. He was a swimmer in college, and I was on the high school swim team. Both love rock music, especially 90s. My bio dad was really open about sharing everything, like he was really getting ready for this meeting. He hoped it would happen, and he prayed every day to see me again because he had so many things he wanted to tell me. Overall, really good first meeting. I'm glad about how it went. He's open to the idea of meeting my parents. After I told them about all of this, because they definitely want to meet my bio parents again if I'm comfortable with that. Obviously, if my bio parents are too. Let's see when that happens. I don't know how it's going to feel for me. They've met each other before I was even born, but I never had them at the same place, so that'll be interesting. Me and my parents met up yesterday to have breakfast so I could tell them everything. My mom was so happy with how it went. She actually cried too when I was telling them both about their reactions. My dad was proud because he knew how hard it was the months after finding my bio mom and not really wanting to make contact yet. I'm really happy to have their support because it's hard not to feel guilty about wanting to know more about my bio parents. They gave me a really good life, so for a while, it's felt like maybe to them, I'm showing them that that wasn't good enough for me and I'd rather have my bio parents. But they told me many times that they want me to do this for me, and they know how much I love them, and I really do. Finding them and meeting them was hard, but it was so worth it to me, and seeing their reactions made it feel even more worth it. I still can't believe it sometimes. I'm just realizing that this has turned into a long post. My bad. Writing this has been therapeutic, to be honest. Kind of thinking back to everything that's happened. Feeling really grateful. Again, want to say thank you to everyone who has been with me on this journey. Everyone who sent me their own stories, their love, their encouragement. You guys have beautiful hearts, and I'm happy I had somewhere to talk about all of this and receive so much love back. I just want to say to all of the adopted kids out there, I wish you guys luck and that you guys find what you're looking for. It's not easy at all. I feel fortunate that things didn't go badly or that my bio parents aren't bad people. And to all the birth parents out there who made this sacrifice, thank you. It's because of you that there are kids out there like me who got to have a great life with loving parents. And in the comments, Sassy Cheddar says, "Oh my goodness. How lucky to be so deeply loved by the parents who were ready for you and the parents who weren't. His parents sound so well adjusted, and I'm sure their transparency and comfort with his adoption story has gone a long way to helping him be a good dude himself. His bio parents sound like they did the best they could in a tough situation and are willing to be in his life in a supportive and healthy way." Damn, what a lovely story. And you know what? He did find an appropriate time to bring it up with her. Not on the clock at work, after her shift had finished. Sounded like a bit of a weird situation to be approaching her in, and it's like 11 o'clock at night, and he's like, "Hey, I want to get something serious off my chest. Is it okay?" Reaches into his back pocket to pull something out. That's crazy. Like, imagining that situation without the context, what the helly, what the hell? But regardless, I'm glad that it worked out, and he was able to get everything off of his chest, and it turned into this amazing and lovely story that he could share with us. Thank you for this story, OP. I'm glad everything is going so amazingly for you. Can't say the same about myself, but hey, I'm not jealous in the slightest, absolutely. Thank you for the story. Looking forward to any more updates that you bring us in the future. Am I the asshole for telling my friend she wouldn't know what it's like to be yelled at work because she hasn't had a real boss in 10 years? I, late 20s, female, have been struggling at my job lately. My boss has been yelling at me, specifically when I ask questions. These are questions that I have to ask because someone recently quit and I inherited her responsibilities, many of which I've never done before or even seen. I went to HR and was basically told that's just her personality. so I've been sticking it out to avoid looking like a job hopper on my resume. While venting to my friend, we'll call her Haley, she told me that yelling is common practice in the workplace these days. That rubbed me the wrong way, especially since I feel like I'm doing my best under difficult circumstances. I pushed back and said I don't think yelling is common or acceptable, and added that she wouldn't really know because she hasn't worked under a boss in over 10 years. To clarify, Haley is a stay-at-home mom, which I respect, and is also on her father's payroll for tax reasons, but hasn't had a traditional boss or worked in a conventional office setting since college. She got quiet and has been distant since. I didn't mean to be rude, I just felt invalidated and frustrated. Am I the asshole for snapping back like that? In the comments, no, yelling is not common practice in the workplace these days. That said, you could have pushed back without highlighting her stay-at-home mum status. That was a bit petty and vindictive, but on the other hand, I'd probably have said, did you come to this conclusion because your husband comes home and yells at you about the house being a mess and dinner not being ready? Because then I could see how you might think that. OP replies, oh, I'm not even upset about her stay-at-home mum status. Her daughter is 6 months old and she hasn't had a job since college 10 years ago. She's been on her father's payroll since. She's been a housewife for 5 years, still a full-time job. I guess I was just looking for an ear, and to hear someone who hasn't been in the workforce with a traditional boss in a decade say, it's just common practice, just floored me. Another commenter says, not the asshole. Yelling isn't okay, and your boss sounds wildly unfit to manage anyone. I mean, I'm not sure what your delivery was like, but you're right that Haley doesn't have a clue what she's talking about, and I'd feel the same way if I were in your situation. Also, what does on her father's payroll for tax reasons mean? He pays her for not actually working? He's trying to avoid paying some sort of business tax? OP says, I didn't yell or raise my voice, it was a concerned, stern tone. As for the tax thing, her father owns a business and she quote-unquote works there. That's all I can say without it being too identifiable. Info. Is it possible Haley wasn't trying to invalidate your experience? While I agree that calling it common practice sounds dismissive, you should toughen up because this is how things are, I could alternatively read it as a more commiserative comment. It sucks that this is how things are. OP says, she said it nonchalant, like accept it and move on. She even said, you're not going to find a boss that's not going to yell these days. Yeah, I think Haley's a bit detached from reality in that train of thought, because what the hell is going on with that? Oh yeah, you should accept abuse from your superiors because that is normal and acceptable in today's day and age. Like, yeah, it does happen, of course it happens, but that doesn't mean that it's acceptable. It doesn't mean it's something you should put up with. And I think I'm on OP's side for this one, saying like the way she delivered it, being nonchalant and not in a, it sucks that these things exist, more so shut up and take it. Yeah, no, she's an asshole for saying that. So no, you're not an asshole, OP, not at all. And now, on to the update. I did end up apologizing to Haley if I struck a nerve, and she was actually really understanding. She admitted she hadn't realized how long she'd been out of the workforce and that her expectations were based on how her dad ran his business, which put things in perspective for both of us. As for my boss, I had a follow-up meeting with HR and used the magic phrase, hostile work environment. I filed a formal complaint and was told that action had been taken. I used to work in HR myself, so I know that likely means that she received a write-up. I was also told that she got a talking to from her boss. I'm currently job hunting, but since the complaint, she's been surprisingly pleasant. That said, I'm keeping my head down and covering my bases, just in case she tries to build a case against me. Eyes wide open now. In the comments, Dryaduinth says, wow, this contains a lot of reasons to be glad that I don't work for Haley's dad. Yeah, while Haley was being out of touch, I'm kinda scared of what she's normalized is okay. If she hasn't worked a traditional job since college, I'm kinda wondering if the last job she worked might have been a hospitality or retail one. I'm not sure about retail, but yelling is very normalized in hospitality. Quote, based on how her dad runs his business, I have a lot of concerns now. Same. I'm also worried how he or his wife runs the household. Also, the whole tax benefits for someone who doesn't actually work there is sketchy, as it's not illegal if it's like your family, but some auditors won't like it. I honestly don't even know if OP's original comment was that rude. She just said the truth that Haley hasn't had a boss in a decade, and Haley was being out of touch. However, to save what seems like an important friendship, it's probably good that she apologized. Also, I doubt the boss has changed for the long run, but at least she's pretending so that OP doesn't have to suffer while job hunting. Yeah, not a great update, all things considered, but at least it's one with an ending. That ending being, holy shit, what is Haley's professional, I guess, quote-unquote, work life like? And what's her home life like? That this is so normalized for her, and that was genuinely a nonchalant response and not just her being snarky. We gotta go send someone to go rescue her, because that does not sound like a fun place to be living or a fun reality to exist in. Thanks for the story, OP, and thank you for the update. Our next post is by user Clown Fu, and it's titled, "My fiance, 26 female, is not happy to find out that I, 26 male, was a clown. Throwaway account, but this is such a specific situation that I'm certain she'll see it, but my friends won't. So some context. I'm a pretty successful graphic designer. I was already working from home for a lot of projects for a long time before everyone started self-quarantining and practicing social distancing. While I'm definitely not part of the essential workforce, I've still managed to find some work to keep me busy. My fiancé has been furloughed from work and, as such, has been staying home with me, and we've been spending a lot of quality time together. One night, we were having fun and joking together, and I jokingly said that everyone does weird things for money when they're in school, like start an Etsy or sell feet pics. She joked back and fake accused me of selling drugs, and I told her that it wasn't anything illegal, illicit, nothing related to sex or drugs, but then accidentally let it slip that it was just embarrassing to me personally. And then after a second, she stopped laughing because it became real. We talked about it, and I said I didn't want to talk about it because it's super embarrassing and isn't who I am at all. She said that she understood and gave me my space about it for a couple of days. But after that couple of days, she seemed uncomfortable. And when I asked her about it, she admitted she was concerned about what I did for money. I told her it wasn't anything huge. I really just didn't want to talk about it, and I wished her to respect that and to trust me. But I could tell her not knowing was beginning to genuinely upset her. That night, I thought long and hard that this is the woman I want to marry, so I should be open about my past. So relented and told her the truth. I used to be a clown. She was unhappy that it was something that I hid from her, but it was a period of my life over the course of 2.5 months and around 12 parties. She's been cold to me since, and that really sucks because we've been spending a lot of time together and we aren't really talking as much as we have been. From what I understand, she's probably more upset that I had to be pressed to tell her rather than admit it to her of my own volition, and I think I may have violated her trust. Honestly, the clown thing just never came up, because who talks about their part-time jobs from almost 5 years ago? It's not on my resume, and it was before we started dating, but I did end up sitting down with her and telling her everything. Now I'm so scared that was a mistake because of how she's acting now. She hasn't told anyone, and we haven't really argued either, but now I'm wondering if I'm just reading into how she's acting and obsessing over this new piece of information that I put into her world. It feels like there's a new distance between us. Now, I wasn't hiding the fact that I was a semi-professional clown out of malice. I wasn't part of any unions or anything, just kind of a performance for hire, but more out of embarrassment because it's far and away from the type of work I do and the person that I am today. Honestly, it's not a dark period of my life or anything, and I think the story itself is interesting. I'm one of those types that think that some bad decisions can make good stories to a degree, but it's not something that I like to talk about, because while it is an objectively funny story, it doesn't have a particularly good ending. My act was very specific and weird. Only 2 or 3 friends know about it, I think, because they were at the party where I got the idea to perform as a clown for money, and I literally just used the same costume from that party for my acts. All things considered, I was pretty successful for what amounted to some weekend gigs. I didn't want it to be something weird that would follow me for the rest of my life, so I was secretive about it for those couple of months. I was always paid in cash, never check, and this was before electronic payments were huge, as in I didn't have Venmo or do PayPal. Surprisingly, I made a few $1,000s that I had put towards some fun things that I own, like game systems, electric skateboard, etc., but I stopped when that terrifying clown hoax of 2016 was happening and heard that people were getting ready to gang up and beat up clowns. So I thought that it was best to cash out and hang up the clown costumes, so to speak. Also, because I know it'll be asked, back in uni I was an athlete as well. Kind of. I was part of a martial arts club where we would perform martial arts choreography at certain school events. It was kind of like color guard but with punching. When I told fiancé this during our first few months of dating, she made fun of me relentlessly for days, but she ultimately thought that it was kinda cool. Anyway, I put that athleticism in my act, where I would break boards and do some parkour, but I'd also do some clown stuff like smack myself in the face with whipped cream in a dollar store pie crust and talk in a stupid voice and trip. It was fun because I was making little kids laugh and impressing them more than I was scaring them. Sometimes I'd get a parent involved and have them steal my clown nose and run away, and I'd trip and fall chasing them at first, which would set up the parkour chase scene of my act after I put some distance between us. By the way, it's hard to convince big dads that yes, I will absolutely catch up to you, and it will be much faster than you think. The kids love the act, and I learned that I would generally get paid more if I involved the family, with plenty of warning beforehand of what I was capable of. I never ever advertised this. This was just word of mouth, and I think all of my clients knew each other in some way, and knew me as basically a friend of a friend. Anyway, TLDR, I told my fiancé about my part-time clown gig, and now she's being distant with me while we're quarantined, and I'm unsure what to do. When should I have disclosed in our 2.5-year relationship that I was once a clown? In the comments, HDTV123 says, "Dude, why are you acting like being a clown is on par with serial killing as a part-time job? I personally would have found that super funny and endearing. I think your girl's reaction is really weird and uncalled for. I don't think the girl is upset because he was a clown. I think it's more that he wouldn't tell her and let her imagination run wild, probably feeling anxious for days, and all for something so minor. If my fiancé didn't trust me enough that he refused to disclose that he was a clown, I would find that upsetting." Yeah, let's be honest, with that build-up, my first thought totally would have been stripper and or callboy. And frankly, I'd also probably have been a bit put off by the fact that he didn't just say it, but made me think who knows what for days and everything. It's just extremely weird. OP on how he got into being a clown. Well, to be fair, I didn't do it because I was hurting for money. It started out as a favor to a friend that ended up snowballing into a paying gig that paid for some fun toys and knickknacks and a whole lot of pizzas. I know that it wasn't her intent to make me feel ashamed of it, and I don't hold it against her. Also, the other comments have pointed out that she basically might just be getting stir-crazy, which we have talked about happening. And it's more that I did it for a short period of time, and it was in a time of my life, an entrepreneurial 21-year-old, where I did a lot of dumb and weird shit, and I attribute my brief stunt as a clown as one of the weirder ones that is largely unbelievable. I understand his apprehension to say it and be like, no, it's really embarrassing, I don't want to talk about it. I get that completely, but I think in this situation, he took half measures. He let her know that he had a secret that was very weird for himself, but the way he communicated it was like, I feel like any normal person would think that he was selling himself for cash, by either sexually or who knows what. Or, yeah, he was dealing drugs, because him being like, no, it's embarrassing, and it's like, it's a part of my life I want to move on from, no, you wouldn't understand, I haven't told anyone about this, yada yada yada. Yeah, that's the message that comes across when you say something like that. And then to string her along for so long with this and have it be something completely innocuous, like being a clown, yeah, I can see why she'd be upset. Because it's like, why didn't you just tell me that from the start? It's not that big of a deal. We've been together for 2.5 years. I feel like you should be able to trust me, but who knows? And now, onto the update. Wow, so I wasn't expecting this to blow up as much as it did. Or like, at all. I've spent a lot of my workday, as I work from home, reading all the comments and replies and tweets. Fiancé and I sat down and talked about it. I told her about this post because I was genuinely concerned about what I should do in this situation, and I have a bad habit about making jokes about bad situations sometimes, but we had a civil discussion. She told me that the reason she was acting distant was because, like some of you said, she thought that I was lying about the clown thing. The reason I was embarrassed about it is because I didn't fully commit to it. No matter how it's phrased, telling someone that you were a party clown for 3 months either gets met with, "Wow, that's cool," or "Holy crap, what a lie." And she, like so many of you, went with the latter. So we talked about it like adults. I calmly explained that I was not lying and that the story is stupid and inconsequential, but the circumstances in general of being a clown from start to finish is unbelievable in a way. I got the idea of being a clown at a costume party when a former friend told a drunk me that he thought my costume was fun and that I should be a clown for his nephew's birthday party. I thought he was joking until he actually contacted me about it the next Saturday and said he'd pay me $100 to $200 for the whole day. Being 21, that's a lot of scratch for being an idiot for a bit, so I did it, and then it just turned into a thing. I told her that I stopped being a clown because I didn't want it to get out that I was being one so publicly, and it was around the time that I kept seeing posts on Twitter and Tumblr about people getting together to hunt clowns, and I felt that even if it was fake, the chance of it being real and it happening to me was not really one that I wanted to take. It was fun for a bit. If I had been a clown for like half a year, I'd probably tell more people about it, but doing it for a short period of time comes off as kind of a lie. If you need proof, literally read half of the comments on this post. My fiancé is not crazy and high maintenance, she's normal. A little wild sometimes and kinda cooped up here, but I love her all the same. Anyway, she believes me, which I'm grateful for. I apologized for not telling her sooner, and she apologized for pressing me to talk about something so clearly, weirdly polarizing. Like, really, this wasn't so much a post asking you all to take sides in the matter, like you were all so seemingly ready to do, but more like asking advice on what I should do to try and bridge the gap in communication. She still seems to have some reservations, so I promised her that I would try and do my act for her in the park when the quarantine is lifted. She asked me to do it for her now, but I told her that our apartment is too small and filled with things that might break. I talked to her in my clown voice, and she hated it because she said in her words, "It sounds like Goofy on speed." Thank you, everyone. In the comments, iFlap21 says, "Also, I sense that it was probably more difficult for you to come clean about this, since when you told her about the martial arts thing, her first reaction was to mock and ridicule you for days. I would honestly understand you hesitating to open up that part of your life to someone who is so willing and happy to make you the butt of the joke." OP replies, "Thank you. You understand. For us, it's water under the bridge, and she has since apologized, and we watch martial arts movies together. Sometimes at her suggestion, which is also another reason among the list of many that I asked her to marry me." Tequila Earworm asks, "Have you brought up to her that the fact that she made fun of you relentlessly for doing martial arts might have played a part in your reluctance to tell her about this part of your life? If you want to be trusted with information, you have to act in a trustworthy manner." OP says, "This comment was actually really insightful, and she read the comment and brought it up in our conversation. Thank you for your input. Truly." Strange reactions all around. Like one commenter said, "He's acting like he did something truly shameful." Sounds like there's a lot of mistrust at play here. This dude's more ashamed of his clowning than I am of my own history with drugs. Super weird vibes. I got into shoes. Big shoes. And then the red nose. Next thing I knew, I was hustling balloon animals. Yeah, I really, truly do not understand why he was acting so shady about it, and I can see how that would cause her to be like, nice story. After all of that suspicious behavior of yours, suddenly it's clowning, and it's not, you were selling drugs. Right, you really want me to believe that? Weird, but I'm glad that they were able to get past it together and figure this one out. Hopefully he learns from his mistakes and doesn't do something like that again, but we'll see, I guess. Our next post is by user ThrowRA Chronically, and it's titled, My 29 female, husband, 31 male, wants kids, but I think I want a divorce. My husband and I have been together for 8 years. The last 3 we've been married. Little things keep adding up, and I don't even know how to approach these issues. He wants kids soon, but I can't trust that he would support me. I'm trying to figure out if I try to work on us or just leave. Recently, as in the last 4 years, I've been dealing with chronic health issues. But just this year alone, I've had 3 surgeries to fix various things for my health. Our sex life hasn't been good in a few years since I got ill. Maybe once or twice a month. He's told me that it's not enough and he's feeling rejected and is making my mental health worse, but if we have kids, we won't be able to have sex while I'm recovering. I work 5 to 6 days a week, 12-hour night shifts in healthcare. I am the primary breadwinner in our relationship, and he bounces from job to job and recently was unemployed for over a year while he was claiming to be applying for jobs. I know the job market is horrible right now, so I wasn't pushing. I found out he was lying. He hadn't been applying for anything in about 6 months, including the jobs that I got him recommended for through some connections I have. We got into a massive fight, and I basically told him that if he didn't have a job at the end of the month, I was leaving, and he could figure out bills himself. Not even a week later, he was back working at his old job. I still do all of the cooking, cleaning, and household upkeep. On my days off, I spend 3 to 4 hours just putting everything in order for the week. Even when he wasn't working, he wasn't doing anything except playing video games in another room while I slept. So when I'd wake up, there would be laundry that I'd have to switch or cat litter that I'd have to scoop. He wants kids soon, but with my chronic health problems, it's going to make children a really hard process on my body, lots of health risks, and I would basically have to be on bed rest the whole time and in and out of doctor's appointments. I couldn't work or do anything really, and I'm just scared that I won't get the support that I need. I don't even know if I want to have kids with him anymore. I've asked him about therapy, individual or couples, and he is dismissive, saying therapy hasn't helped in the past. So I've asked about medications, but he doesn't want to take a pill every day. I don't want to come across as horrible or manipulative, but I'm about ready to write out everything I do. Bill payments, chores, time I'm at work, etc., and have him do it all for a month, and then tell me he thinks that we can have kids right now. Edit. A few things since this is a real story and not AI, and I'm a real person who is making choices in order to keep up with the current economy and situation. 1. I work the hours I do so I can build up my PTO and sick time for my procedures and recovery time. Yes, I have FMLA for these, but it only pays out 60% of my wage versus 100% if I use PTO. Overtime accrues PTO times 2 and pays time and a half. We also have a pickup bonus of $10 an hour. I've been working at this hospital since 2015 as a CNA and phlebotomist since 2018 and an RN since 2020, so I have seniority, and that comes with benefits. Yay, unions. 2. I work night shift because it has the flexibility for my schedule, and they work with me for my restrictions. I'm lucky enough to work in a hospital that uses lifts and is staffed as well as can currently be. Shift differential also gives me an additional $6 an hour, and that quickly adds up. 3. My surgeries were laparoscopic, and recovery time is about 1 to 4 weeks on average. Surgery 1 and 3 were both exploratory. My second was to remove a lesion in my intestines that connected them to my abdominal wall, as well as a cyst on my ovary, and recovery was 4 weeks, with 4 more on restrictions. I'm about to have a 4th surgery to remove my gallbladder. Recovery is 1 to 2 weeks, with 2 weeks of recovery. Yes, I've had a lot of surgeries this year, but I haven't had any before this unless you count upper and lower GI scopes, pelvic floor testing, gastric emptying test, X-rays, CTs, an MRI, labs, genetic testing, and HIDA scans. Or maybe the diet changes and medications that you have to be on for months at a time before you'd see any real changes. I also have the birth control implant, and me coming off of that would involve about 3 different doctors' inputs and oversight. 4. I've blocked all of my husband's accounts and his friends' accounts that I know of. I plan on deleting this at some point, but I've just gotten angrier with each comment and everything I type out. At this point, I don't care if he finds this. Maybe it would be a wake-up call he needs. 5. Our wedding was supposed to take place in November of 2020. This obviously didn't happen, and we rescheduled to the end of 2021 so we didn't lose deposits. He quit his job about 2 months after our wedding. 6. People do things like meal prep for a week and find relaxation in cooking. My hospital provides scrubs. When I'm home, I have more than 6 pairs of underwear. So it's not like I don't have clothes if I don't do laundry every day. I appreciate all the comments, but to the rude ones especially, please remember that I'm a real person. I'm sorry I have to justify every small detail of my health problems for you. Unfortunately, the knee brace girl in middle school sometimes grows up and still has health problems. This is my first time being alive, and not everything is going to be perfect. I'm trying my best, and sometimes people do stupid things because they love someone. In the comments, Opposite Exam says, "Read this back to yourself. You already know that you should leave ASAP." Agreed. Good luck getting everything sorted and your health. Having kids with someone doesn't fix a relationship, it adds more complications. This, using kids to prop up a failing marriage, is about as insane as it sounds. Why is OP still giving her husband the benefit of the doubt? His actions have shown he's a horrible husband. He will eventually make a horrible father. Giving him homework to see if he'll change? Good luck with that. I hope you realize that the only reason he wants kids now is so that you can't leave him. He senses that you're reaching your breaking point, so that's why he wants to have kids soon to prevent that. Yup, asshole's gearing up for a baby trap. She best watch her birth control for tampering. Sounds about right. Sounds like he's trying to baby trap her, and that he has the capability to go back to work. He has all the means in the world, yet he just refuses to because he knows that she'll pick up the slack, and that she's sort of trapped in a way because they're married. So that means, in a way, he thinks that she's more obligated to kind of put up with his laziness because, well, we already tied the knot. I can take my foot off the gas and let you take over and be my bangmaid. Sounds like he just wanted a clone of his mother and not an actual life partner. He wants a baby for exactly the reasons the comments have stated. I'm sorry that you've had to justify your existence to people in the comments. It shouldn't be that way, and I think you should take the advice of the comments that are telling you to get out and listen to them and just get that divorce. And now, on to the updates. Hello again, Reddit. My previous post is on my page. I tried to link it, but the pain medication might be impairing me. I had my surgery a few days ago, and since I have time off, I figured that I'd write an update for anyone curious. It will be long, and I apologize. I talked with my lawyer last week, and the hope is that papers are to be drafted, and he will be formally served when he comes back from his work trip in 2 weeks. On one of my off days, I wanted to have a discussion about our relationship, and it didn't go well. I had spent the night cleaning and getting the house put together because my anxiety was so bad. When he woke up in the morning, I had breakfast made, and we just made polite small talk. I started the conversation by asking him if he was happy in our relationship. I'll summarize the conversation. I ask, "Are you happy like this? With us? I feel like we're just roommates more than a married couple." He says, "I don't think either of us have been happy for a while. I do still love you and want to raise children with you. You'll be a great mom. I've been meaning to talk to you about something." And I say, "Okay." And he says, "Do you remember my friends in City and how they were having problems in their relationship after fake name came out as Ace? How they opened their relationship so that fake name could still get his needs met?" At this point, I was just staring at him. He kept rambling on. "I've joined some groups online. They say it saved their marriage. And with how much I'm traveling now for work, it would be every other 2 weeks, you know? And I'm in City name, so it's not like it would be someone you know or would ever meet." I ask, "What the fuck?" And he says, "I mean, think about it. We could have a surrogate this way. I know it would be a lot, but we could make it work. You've always talked about fostering or adopting, and it would be just like that." I reply, "Did you get someone pregnant? Is this your way of telling me you cheat on me when you travel for work?" And he says, "No, no, no, God no. There was one girl at a bar who was flirting with me and it just felt nice to be wanted like that." He then pulled out his phone and started showing me support groups he had joined online for poly people in monogamous relationships. There was probably 3 or 4 of them that he'd been texting in for the last few weeks, trying to gain the confidence to talk to me about opening up our relationship. He brought up how he knows I've been thinking about switching to travel contracts and I can meet people there. But then when we come back home, we're together and married because we still love each other. I have nothing against people who are in poly relationships. We have friends who are and have met their partners and go out all together. It's just not for me. When I'm with someone, I want to be the only person they are with. I don't want to get tested regularly, I don't want to risk surprise pregnancy, I don't want to feel jealous or wonder if he's texting another girl while he's supposed to be spending time with me. I let him finish his speech before I told him that it hasn't felt like we've been married in a long time, and I'm done. Hearing that he wants to see other people killed any lost feelings I may have had. I'm not in love with him anymore, and staying together isn't going to make either of us happy. We both want kids, but our timelines are different. What we want from the future is different now. I asked him to move out, and he didn't seem surprised. I walked away and left him in the kitchen before I drove to my friend's house since I just couldn't be there. We spent the day drinking and eating ice cream while I went from crying to laughing to screaming. She's currently going through a divorce over her ex-husband's porn addiction and the debt that he put them in because of it. She gave me her lawyer's information and I had an appointment set up with him a few days later. I went home the next day and he had moved most of his stuff out. His side of the closet is empty, his cat, the stuff in the bathroom, a few of our wedding pictures have been taken off the wall, and I can't find them, so I think he took them, and his gaming setup. The house feels incredibly empty now. He travels for work, so I'm used to being in the house alone, but now my toothbrush is lonely in the cup on the sink. Our garage feels bigger now, the bed gets cold. I only have to cook for one now. I miss his presence. I miss having someone to come home to, and I won't lie, I've spent the last week crying, and my heart hurts. We didn't speak for a few days after he left. His mum reached out before he did. She wanted to see how I was doing, and if there was anything she could do for me. We had a great relationship, and I'm honestly going to miss having her in my life. We have a lot of the same dietary restrictions, but for different reasons. She was my food adventure buddy. We would go out for a coffee or lunch to some of the restaurants and cafes that we can safely eat at. She invited me out for coffee, and I went. When we met up the next day, we made small talk until the divorce came up. She let me know how he was doing. He moved into one of the houses on their property. They have like 60 acres and 4 houses on the property that different family members live in. He hasn't really gotten out of bed. She's worried about him and wanted us to talk it out. She asked if I was willing to go to couples counseling, and I told her that I've been asking for that for about a year, and his response was no. I was drowning, and he didn't want to help fix it, but now that I've decided to leave is when he wants to work it out, and I just can't. She stayed silent for a while before asking me if I still loved him. I do, but I don't. I told her I loved who he was, but I'm too full of hurt that I don't feel the love anymore. I can't keep taking care of him like he's my child. I can't keep bankrolling our lives alone. I need a partner who is able to support me, and I haven't felt supported by her son in a long time. We were both crying by the end of our talk, and she gave me a really big hug before leaving. He wanted to talk the next day, and he came back to the house to talk. When he came in, it was awkward. He wanted to give me a hug, and when he and I did, he went in for a kiss, and I turned my head so he kissed my cheek. We talked for a while about our relationship and how it got to this point. He apologized for a lot. He went into specifics of how he never helped around the house. He could have done more since he was home, and it wasn't fair to me that he put it all on me. He told me he's been looking at a new job, one where he doesn't have to travel, and it's actually in the field that he got his degree in. He gave me an update on his cat, who is struggling to the adjustment of the new house. I told him that I'll have papers for him in a few weeks, and he couldn't look me in the eye for the rest of the time he was there. I helped him pack some of the odds and ends that he left around the house, and he left again. At the appointment with the lawyer, we talked about what it would look like for the divorce process. Unless he wants the house, I plan to buy his half. If I do that, then there's a good chance I won't have to pay alimony unless he fights for it. He has the potential to make more than me, so my lawyer doesn't think I'll have to pay anyways. We don't have children, unless you count fur babies, and I took a pregnancy test recently to confirm that I'm not pregnant, so that won't be a factor. We each own our own cars and pay for them ourselves. We have a joint savings account, but I can prove that I've been the only one contributing for the last 2 years, so it's likely that I'll get most of that. I'm not touching it besides for the bills for the house, per my lawyer's advice. I will hopefully have papers for my soon-to-be ex to fill out, and if he gets a lawyer to look over one. My 2 cats have been laying in bed with me and haven't left my side since he left. They're trying to make me feel better, but it's hard. My friend who is also getting a divorce has said that we'll have a hot girl summer together, and it makes me laugh, but I don't think I'm ready or even close to it. I don't want to meet new people, and I don't want to do first dates again. I think I'm just going to be single for a while. My mum sent me this poem after I told them about the divorce, and it makes me cry reading it. I've learned a lot from this relationship, and I'm content being the crazy old cat lady for the foreseeable future. I will never love the same after you. I was always the girl that loved so hard that it hurt until it hurt. I watched you change every day until you eventually became someone I told myself I would never settle for. But how do I leave you? I told myself it was just a rough patch and we can work through this. I will do more to make you love me again, because I don't give up on people, so why would I do that to you? I will put myself through hell for you. I will hate myself to love you, and I will rip myself apart so that you feel cared for. Because I was serious when I said I would die for you. Because I almost did. I guess I ripped myself apart so much that I had nothing left. I cared so much about you that I stopped caring about myself completely. I lost who I was, and I was no longer strong. And I watched myself change every day until I eventually became someone I told myself I would never be. But it's my fault for not having a limit on how much I'm willing to give, and for how long I'm willing to stay, and for loving you more than I loved me. Because I loved you so hard that it hurt, so I will never love the same after you. I Will Never Love the Same After You by Ali Harding. Thanks Reddit for your support and validating my feelings. I don't know yet if I'm going to delete this or not, but I don't think I'll update this or ever log into this account again. I hope everyone stays happy and healthy. Take care. In the comments, Weekly Conversation says, "Wow, he's selfish AF. He wanted you to stay in an unhappy marriage and allow him to have sex with other women? Divorce is the right thing." And then have her raise any kids resulting from his affairs, presumably while he continued to not lift a finger despite her chronic illnesses, and tried to frame it like he'd be doing her a favor. And this hobosexual had the audacity to essentially say you weren't fucking him enough? Bro. Maybe if he hadn't made you his mummy/sugar mummy, yeah, I'd lose attraction for that real quick. You were his overworked slave while not having a full set of spoons to begin with because of health problems, and he still was like, "Cry, but what about my sad boner?" Fuck him. I'm sorry that he couldn't have figured it out and appreciated you while he had the chance. Breaking attachments are always hard, even when they desperately need to be broken. Your health will improve dramatically without his unbridled source of stress and betrayal in your life. Ask me how I know. Yeah, we really got to do something about all the hobosexuals of the world, because it leads to situations like this where the hobosexual will continue to take and then delude themselves that like, oh, I've already taken so much and I've been allowed to get away with so much, I should be able to start cheating, or ethically cheating, I guess. I'll get her to agree to an open relationship. And like, even in a hypothetical situation where that were to happen, if she were to be having sex with other people, I can imagine he would lose his goddamn mind and be like, "This arrangement was for me, not for you. You were supposed to be having sex with me. How dare you have sex with other people?" Feels like a tale as old as time, and the only correct thing to do in a situation like this is to leave and not look back, and never regret making that decision to leave, because what a messy situation, what a disgustingly messy mess to find yourself in, and I am so happy for OP that she got out of there. Thank you for the story, and thank you for the update, OP. Am I the asshole for controlling what my boyfriend eats? Throwaway, because I don't want him to find this, but I'm honestly at my wit's end here. I, 23 female, have been dating my boyfriend Jake, 24 male, for 4 years. I'd say we're a happy couple overall, but lately this argument has come up that's divided us. He's always had unique tastes. Cereal with orange juice instead of milk, mayo and butter sandwiches, and raw onions have been the worst culprits. I've put up with these, as we all have our quirks, right? Well, 2 weeks ago, he started eating garlic as his midnight snack. Raw cloves of garlic. I can't share a drink with him without it reeking of garlic somehow. And kissing him? It's like shoving a clove straight in your mouth. He swears he's only eating them because he didn't want them to go to waste, and that he would stop once he finished the head of garlic, but just when I finally thought it was over, I caught him sneaking a second one into the kitchen last night when he thought I was asleep. I confronted him about his secret grocery trip this morning, and he got really defensive and denied it. I'm trying not to be a nag here, but it's really wearing on me. The garlicky aura surrounding him makes me want to avoid him at all costs, but I don't want to do that because he's my boyfriend. Am I the asshole for giving him an ultimatum of no more eating garlic? Edit for context. His diet seems healthy overall, and he goes to the gym a lot. He had a doctor's appointment not long ago, and I don't think anything came up, but I can ask him to go again. Sorry if the title is confusing. I just feel bad because I did give him an ultimatum this morning, which I know isn't good. I really love him, and I don't want to break up. I just don't know what to do. He hasn't come back since this morning. In the comments, JRM says, "No assholes here." If you really can't stand the smell, you can convey that. OP says, "I tried to explain when I talked to him this morning. I told him that the other weird food combos don't really bother me, but the particular smell of this is too much. He said that I just need more time to get used to it, but it's been nearly 2 weeks already." Q from P replies, "Sorry, but the only way you'll get desensitized is if you eat the raw garlic with him. You won't get used to it just being around it long enough. By the way, if it hasn't already, it'll change the way his sweat smells. It's possible your boyfriend is suffering from some kind of vitamin deficiency. Maybe a trip to the doctor is in order." OP says, "I tried that too. When he first started, I ate a bite just to see if it was actually good, but I just can't bring myself to eat any more. He's not been talking to me since this morning, but I'll try texting him tomorrow about a doctor's appointment." Q from P replies, "When I was a kid, I had a friend who would munch on onions like they were apples. We had a rough childhood, and she was definitely malnourished. These days when I have the flu, my favorite food is sourdough bread with butter, raw garlic, and salt. It cuts through the phlegm, and clearly my body craves something in it. When it doesn't taste good anymore, I know I'm feeling better. It's worth looking into for your boyfriend." Arianor says, "I mean, not the asshole, because you aren't actually controlling what he's eating. You tried to work with him. However, it does sound like a nutritional deficiency to me. Iron, calcium, and vitamin C come to mind. Don't quote me, I just have a nutrition-obsessed mother-in-law who likes to share. What's his diet look like? I'd say a doctor's appointment and a full blood panel are in order." OP replies, "Besides the occasional unique food choice, I think his diet's pretty healthy. He eats his vegetables and gets protein and all of that, and he goes to the gym. Honestly, it's kind of disgusting that he's doing that, and I don't care if you think it's like controlling what he eats. Oh god, I'm being such a manipulative, controlling person and I feel bad. Hygiene and diet can and should be deal breakers, especially if it's things that are crossing lines that make you uncomfortable and are not cool. I know that's a really reductive way of phrasing these things, but that's how I see it. Maybe it's not apples to apples here, but like, if someone had a peanut allergy that you were dating and you start eating peanuts around them, are you controlling what they're eating by saying, "Don't eat peanuts around me"? If I have an understandable aversion to extremely strong flavors and smells like garlic and all this other shit that he's putting into his body and expecting you to just deal with, I don't think that I would be wrong in that instance to be like, "Can you please cut that shit out? I'm not comfortable with it. I don't like this smell. I don't like the taste of it. What you're doing is socially unacceptable, and I feel like any normal person would not be cool with this." I'd say you're not the asshole for having a heart-to-heart with him and being like, "Can we just cut this out? Can you stop snacking on this at midnight? That's not okay. It's not something I'm comfortable with, and it's a deal breaker for me." Can we find a middle ground where you can enjoy your garlic snacks without it disrupting and affecting me? And now, on to the update. Thank you all for your advice yesterday. It gave me a lot to think about. As it turns out, some of your comments ended up being spot on. Yesterday evening, I tried texting him about seeing a doctor like you guys suggested. He never replied. I guess he still has me muted. I spent the night tossing and turning, and I kept going over what I was going to say to him when he got home. Not that it mattered, because he didn't come back last night. That worried me, so this morning I checked his location. He stopped sharing it with me through his phone, but I guess he forgot that I can still see it on Snapchat. It showed him about 30 minutes away at some house off a random back road. I was pretty confused and honestly panicked. All of his friends that I know of live in the city. I tried to call him again and was sent to voicemail, so I drove over there to see what was up. When I got to the house, I noticed a woman about my age gardening in the front yard. I was pretty upset already, so I flat out asked her if she had seen my partner. She seemed surprised and asked if I meant Jake. She invited me inside, and there he was. Apparently she's into gardening, and they met at her stand last fall when he went to stock up on onions at our local farmer's market. They hit it off and had been seeing each other for the past 6 months, and made it official when his busy season started. She said lately she's been giving Jake the garlic that she grew last summer since it's going to go bad soon. That's why he was so insistent on eating it by himself instead of cooking it into a shared dish like normal, and why he's been eating onions like an apple instead of letting me use them on my sandwiches. He didn't want to give me her presents because, in his own words, she grew it with love for me, and if you ate them, you would have known. What? What is bro talking about? Oh my god, he needs a psychological evaluation. No. At that point, I just saw red, so I left. Since then, Jake's been blowing up my phone about how we can fix this and that he won't do it again. But I'm just so over it at this point. Just when I thought my life couldn't get any worse, while I was moving his stuff to the curb, I found his stash of garlic. Shoved in the back of his closet was 1 pound of garlic in a Home Depot bucket, along with letters that she had written him. The electric chair for him. Next. I'm keeping the garlic. I don't think we can ever come back from his cheating, but I'm going to at least get some good meals out of this terrible situation. Please send me your favorite recipes to use the garlic in. I need a distraction to keep my mind off of everything. In the comments, the thief says, imagine you start selling the extraneous product from your garden at a farmer's market, you meet a cute guy, hit it off together, and date for about 6 months. Occasionally, you give him some of your onions or garlic or whatever that you couldn't sell. You'd rather they be eaten than go to waste, and it's something nice to do for your boyfriend. One day, your boyfriend asks to stay the night out of the blue. You accept, not thinking anything other than maybe he's feeling down or just wants to spend time with you. The next day, you're out in your garden doing your thing when a woman pulls into your driveway out in the middle of nowhere. She asks if you've seen her boyfriend. Horrified at the implication but wanting to know the truth about what's going on, you invite her in. Turns out, you're the other woman. It also turns out that the onions and garlic you've given him, he's just been eating raw. He also thought that if he used them to cook, like a normal human being, that his other girlfriend would get suspicious. So she leaves in a gust of righteous anger, and you're just left staring at this man. No wonder he suddenly wanted to work things out with OP. Looks like he won't be getting any more free garlic now. Probably wants to convince OP to give him back his garlic hoard. Too bad. That's all going to be put into a fuck ton of homemade pasta sauce, confit, grilled cheese sandwiches, vegetable soup, pizza. Wait, what was I talking about again? Yeah, viewing this situation from the other girl's shoes, that is also insanely crazy to just have this all blow up out of nowhere like that. This raw garlic, raw onion eating freak. Not to disparage anyone here listening that may eat raw garlic or raw onion, you know what? Let 1,000 blossoms bloom for all I care. That is your prerogative. But hearing his reasoning as to why he needs to eat it raw like that is so funny. What's wrong with this guy? Oh, I thought you'd get suspicious if I started cooking the onion and garlic. Oh, man. You know what? He doesn't deserve a girlfriend if he's going to act in that way. I think he deserves a few years of solitary confinement to really think about what he's done wrong and how he can be a normal person going forward. Thank you for the story, OP, and thank you for the updates. That was not at all how I expected this one to go. Our next post is by user Pretty as a Peach, and it's titled, Am I the asshole? Cutting my family off after they didn't let me say goodbye to my dying grandfather. I just got off the phone with my grandmother, and I'm truly at a loss for words. For some background, my parents have been divorced since I was a kid. My father relocated once I went to college, and my grandfather, my father's dad, started battling cancer shortly after my sophomore year. He and my grandmother were unable to attend my undergraduate or graduate school graduations because of his illness. My father, on the other hand, voluntarily skipped my graduate school graduation, citing how it wasn't that important because he already saw me walk across that stage once. This, coupled with years of emotional abuse and neglect, led me to the decision to go low contact to no contact with my father about 2 years ago. While my relationship with him has been strained, I tried my best to maintain a connection to my grandparents despite the several state divide between us. My grandfather was a man of few words, but our conversations were always genuine. The last time I remember seeing my grandfather in person, which was before the stuff with my dad happened, he gave me a big hug before going to the airport, a kiss on the cheek, and told me he loved me. I would call multiple times a month checking in, asking about their well-beings, and would sometimes hear my grandfather listening in on the other end of the line. Each time I would ask my grandmother if I could speak to him, and she would make up some reason as to why he couldn't come to the phone. She kept me up to date to his treatments, and I knew things were getting bad last summer. My mum and I were going to plan a trip to go visit my grandparents who live hundreds of miles away from me so I could say my goodbye to my grandfather, as I had a feeling his time was coming. We didn't tell them of the trip and were going to do it as a surprise. The week before my mum and I were scheduled to fly out, I got a text from my aunt saying that my grandfather had passed. I was crushed. No viewing, no funeral, but they told me that they were thinking of doing a celebration of life in the spring. They did cremate him, but no one other than my grandmother allegedly was present for it. I did call my dad to express my condolences, and he mentioned how my grandfather died disappointed in me because my father and I didn't speak anymore. This brings us to now. I called my grandmother to check in. She mentioned how she regrets and feels bad that I'm not as close to her and my grandfather as I am to my mum's parents, which is true, as for a period of time in my childhood, my mum and I lived with her parents. Growing up, we also lived about an hour away from them compared to the 12 to 14-hour drive that it would take to see my dad's side of the family. The one that they see the most and interact with the most is more than likely the favorite grandchild. What? I have one other cousin on my dad's side, so she was implying that I wasn't the favorite? But here's what made my skin crawl. She gave me a play-by-play of the weeks before my grandfather passing. Apparently, my grandfather had scheduled to do a medically assisted suicide since the state they live in is a death with dignity state. 2 days after he had passed, which still would have been the week before my trip to see them. My dad, aunts, uncles, and cousin came the weekend before to spend time with him and say their goodbyes. No one had told me of my grandfather's plan. No phone call, text, email, nothing. And then the day of my grandfather's passing, the doctors asked my grandmother and the family present if they would like to administer a medication to keep him alive for just a few hours longer so that the other family and friends who may not have been present could have a chance to say goodbye. They declined, saying how my grandfather wouldn't have wanted that. His intestines twisted up because of his medications and caused sepsis, so he was in an exorbitant amount of pain. My face went hot on the phone. I understand not calling on the day of his passing when they're in a lot of chaos and you're trying to process your own grief in that moment, but the fact that there was a plan for him to go peacefully that week and I could have had a chance to say goodbye makes my blood boil. Why didn't someone call or text about his intentions? The countless times I asked on the phone to speak to him, why couldn't she just put him on the line once? I truly don't want to believe that my grandfather was disappointed in me, but I'm starting to question why I was so out of the loop. Is it because I'm not the favorite? It took every fiber of my being not to lash out and scream as my grandmother sobbed recounting the story on the phone. I mustered up the strength to not break down and found a way to get off the phone with my grandmother. I don't know what to think, but my heart is telling me that I'm no longer a part of that side of the family. If there even is a celebration of life at this point, I'm not sure I would want to go. My mum suggested that I write in and get people to weigh in, but she's on my side. She's been great through all of this. So Reddit, would I be the asshole if I continue this no contact and extend it to my dad's whole side of the family after they refused to let me contact my grandfather and say goodbye before he passed away? In the comments, I wonder how close your dad was or is to his parents/his mum, and how much they financially relied on him. If she or they were close, or if they were pretty financially dependent on him, he may have been working behind the scenes to manipulate them into keeping you out of the loop so you couldn't say goodbye. I'm so sorry for your loss and how you found out, and I'm even sorrier that your entire dad's side of the family failed you like they did. Not the asshole. OP replies, they are not financially reliant on my father. My grandfather was retired, maybe had a pension, but my grandmother also works. My father occasionally drove my grandfather to chemo appointments and doctor's appointments, but otherwise, my grandmother and grandfather used their own insurance and own earnings to pay for treatments. OP explains about the progress of their grandpa's cancer. The cancer spread to his lungs, and he was on oxygen. My grandmother sometimes said his voice wasn't that strong, and he had a hard time talking. Occasionally, I would hear a faint whistling on the other line. I just made it a point to say, okay, well, just tell him I called, that I love him and miss him. I'm hoping if he was on the line those times, he heard that, and even if it was too laborsome to speak, he knew I cared about him. Another commenter says, your paternal grandmother sucks. It sounds like she was in charge. Your grandmother was gatekeeping your access to your grandfather. You can probably think of the reasons, but not being the favorite is not likely one of them. Jealousy, fear of financial loss, control freak, or she's a miserable old drama queen that likes a scapegoat. I'm so sorry for your loss. I honestly would love to know the real reason as to why Grandma was doing all of this, because it seems completely unnecessary to just ice out OP so callously like that. That is so insanely cruel that I can't think of why she would do something like that, but I know it does happen to people quite often. As to your question, am I the asshole for cutting off my family after they didn't let me say goodbye to my dying grandfather? No. I don't see how you could be an asshole when that entire paternal side of the family colluded against you, your dad included. They all intentionally iced you out. They didn't tell you anything going on with your grandfather, they didn't let you contact him, and they make no acknowledgement after the fact of any wrongdoing, any guilt, any shame for their actions. Nothing. They just continue as they are, and Grandma gets to be the one spearheading the movement. No, you're not an asshole for that, and I think for your mental health it probably is best to just cut ties entirely. Why should you have to speak to any of them if they don't respect you? And now, on to the update. I decided to call my aunt, the one who had notified me via text that my grandfather had passed in the first place. She, I figured, would be the most straightforward about everything. I didn't initially go into the whole, why didn't anyone call me so I could speak to him to say goodbye? But I wanted to get some answers. I wanted closure. I told her I was having a hard time understanding if he had a whole plan, and I had numerous chances to talk to him, why I wasn't given the chance. First, she let me know that she and seemingly her other siblings, including my dad, didn't know about my grandfather's wishes for a medically assisted death with dignity until after he passed. She was consumed with her own grief of losing a father that she or anyone had the space to call me as they were still trying to process their own emotions regarding his death. Up until the very end, he wasn't thinking about anyone but himself. He was a very selfish man, she said. As far as the whole grandfather died disappointed in you, she vehemently denied it and apologized for my father's ignorance. She validated my feelings, but questioned how much better it would have felt for me to say my goodbyes. I can't say for certain if it would or wouldn't, but I can speak to how I feel, and it sucks. My aunt insisted that I didn't have that strong of a connection to him, and compared my relationship to the one that she had with him and my grandmother did. Realistically, how much a part of your life was he? I wouldn't let somebody that didn't have that much of an impact on your life while he was alive have an impact on your life now that he's gone. I would certainly hope that my relationship with my grandfather is different than my grandmother had with her life partner. My aunt then said that I didn't need validation from my dad's side of the family with all that I accomplished in my life, but she's here if I need to talk. I'm still not sure how to move forward, but I've been journaling, per the recommendation of my therapist, specifically writing about my grandfather and I's relationship, and the relationship with my father has been helping me navigate my emotions, seeing it written in words. We're also adding more grief counseling topics into our sessions, so there's that. That's all I have for now. I guess be on the lookout if I ever publish a memoir. Thank you for your advice and words of wisdom. If there are any further updates, I'll be sure to share. In the comments, no assholes here. She's right. It was on your parents to call you. Everybody else would rightfully assume that they would call you. And she's right with this. You can't be that close with your grandpa, or you would have had that same info that they had. When did you last talk to him? OP says, the last time I spoke to my grandfather on the phone was right after the graduate school graduation he couldn't attend because of his health. He and I used to chat frequently. I'd call at least twice a month to check in on his condition over the next year and a half after my graduation and the fight with my dad. My grandmother wouldn't let me talk to grandfather. Walk away. Nothing she said made sense. She was too devastated to call you, but he was such a monster? How much could it possibly mean to you? That's not her decision to make. Your dad with the disappointment comment, thinking about himself, utterly selfish, but he forewent the week of last respects? Why wait the week then? There's a lot of toxic bull over that side. Skip it. And now onto the latest update. After the conversations with my grandmother and my aunt, things have gone relatively quiet on their end. I moved states closer to home for a new job and had just been settling in the last couple of months since my original post. Fast forward to a few days ago, a colleague and I were looking at obituaries at some cold cases. We like true crime shows and podcasts, and I recommended Clues. One obituary that we came across in a case that caught our eye was relatively short, which my coworker said that he had never seen one with so little in it. I thought about my grandfather's obituary and said that my grandfather's was similar. I went to Google his to show my coworker, but to my surprise, I couldn't find it. I know my grandfather's first, middle, and last name, date of birth, date of death, the funeral home that he was cremated in, etc. We both thought that it was weird, and I just tried to brush it off, but when I got home that night, I began digging through the obituaries on the funeral home's website and newspaper articles in his town online. Nothing. It's like my grandfather's death never happened. Now, after several conversations with the funeral home, I can confirm Dad's family took my name off the obituary. My grandfather is now listed as being survived by one grandchild, my cousin. Not only that, but someone in the family asked for it to be taken off the website, which is why I couldn't find it. I don't know when they did this, as the funeral home didn't divulge, but I do know that because I'm not listed as the direct next of kin, I can't change it back. A picture of him and I from when I was 2/3 is literally hanging in my living room. I'm at a loss for words. I can't even fathom how you have a conversation with someone of, hey, why did you take my name off my grandfather's obituary and change it to say he only has one grandchild? I don't even think it's worth expressing to them how deeply hurtful this is. I don't even want to bring it up to them. So that's, I think, where I will leave this. I'm going to continue to lean on my mum and her side of the family for guidance in all of this. And of course, therapy. Thank you to everyone for your encouragement, love, and support during this time. I really appreciate it. In the comments, Mental Freedom says, this story gets more weird by the update. They had the obituary amended to remove OP and then removed altogether? I suspect they was OP's father, who resents OP for reducing contact with him. He probably roped OP's grandmother into his bullshit. It's 100% the dad, and the whole family is just unquestioningly following it. I had a family member that was that petty. She intentionally delayed the obituary and suppressed information about the funeral of her husband so that we wouldn't find out and attend. Made sure to exclude us from the obituary as well. Then, when she died, she made prior arrangements with the funeral home to not release her obituary until well after her funeral. We weren't actually notified at all of her passing, and only happened to find out when I was looking up another family member's obituary from several years ago, and hers also came up in the search. I know why she did it. Unfounded nonsense. I'll just never agree with it. Makes me wonder if they were actively trying to cut the grandchild out of the will. I mean, Grandma and his father and his aunt are still alive, and Grandpa died of cancer in presumably the US. So I can't imagine there's much, if anything, for him to inherit. They are just scumbags inflicting emotional pain just because they can, I think. Sounds like the case to me, and unfortunately there are many people out there that can and do act like this. OP is just yet another victim, and when it comes to deaths, people just lose their goddamn minds, they start acting out of spite, they start turning into the worst versions of themselves. And this seems to be just another version of that coming to light. I hate it. I hate seeing things like this happening because it makes no sense and it just does so much damage to people that are grieving, and now their final memories of this person that meant so much to them are tainted by the disgusting actions of others that seek to harm them. I'm sorry, OP, that they did this to you. I would still go ahead with cutting them out of your life as much as possible, because these people are not good for you. Thank you for sharing your story with us. Am I the asshole here for moving out without saying anything? I, 23 female, currently live with my parents. I've been dating my boyfriend, 24 male, for almost a year now, and we've known each other for many years. Recently, him and I started talking about the future and when we would like to move in together. Originally, we were talking about waiting another year so I can finish college. However, after my mum caught wind of him and I having these conversations, she lost her mind. She told me that I shouldn't even be thinking about a future with my boyfriend at this point in my life, and that him and I needed to back off our relationship. Then she went as far as telling me that I'm not allowed to see him more than once a week for a couple of hours, and that he will not be allowed over at the house anymore, and it's her house, so I will respect that. My mom is very controlling and manipulative, and I've spent most of my life doing whatever she wanted to make my life easier. However, I'm ready to move out, and my mom would physically stop me if I tried to leave. But her and my dad are going to some convention this weekend, and my boyfriend and I plan on moving out while they are gone. So am I the asshole for packing up my shit and leaving without saying anything? In the comments, Old and Slow 62 says, Dad advice here. No, you are not the asshole. When my parents started to tell me how I needed to live my life, I packed my shit and left too. And here's the flip side to this. I was fully independent from my parents and supported myself from day one. Be prepared to do the same. School funds being cut off, the possibility of having to drop out of school to work full-time to now support yourself. No more health insurance either. Like I tell my own kids, you're old enough to make your own decisions and you're old enough to live with the consequences. Be prepared. OP replies, I'm already working full-time. I pay for my own car and have my own health insurance. I don't have to pay anything for my college due to the GI Bill, and I have my own health insurance. Well, then there you go. Sounds like you have your shit together and just need to deal with the fallout of moving out. Good luck. Sounds like your mum is going to freak out. OP says she definitely will, and I expect her to manipulate the rest of my family, but it's on them if they believe her because they know what she's like. Hang in there and don't take shit off others. It's ridiculous for any parent to tell an adult 23-year-old that they can only see someone, boyfriend or not, once a week for 2 hours, even if they're living in the parent's home. Not the asshole, and you'll be better off out of there. It shouldn't change anything, but what does your dad say about all of this? And are there any pets of yours? Not just the family pet that you shouldn't leave behind because she'll deny you access? Now be prepared to block her or change your numbers if she bombards you. I agree with that. I don't think you're the asshole for moving out. I think she's impairing your ability to be a normal, independent, functional adult, and that this has gone on way too long. By the sounds of it, she's not too happy that you're finally breaking free from her control. Isn't it funny that control freaks freak out when they no longer have control? You're right to move out when they are out at a conference. Do it when they are not there. You're not doing anything wrong by moving out of your parents' house. You are not spiting them. You are not hurting them. You are doing a natural thing that everyone does. And your reasons for leaving do not make you an asshole. Quite the opposite, actually. You'd be an asshole to yourself if you didn't leave. And now, on to the update. So my boyfriend and I have officially decided to go through with getting me out of my parents' house. I've had my job saving boxes for me this week, and I've been storing them at his house. My parents leave town tomorrow morning, and tomorrow night after work and my sister goes to bed, my boyfriend and I will start packing everything up. None of my family has any clue that my boyfriend and I signed and paid for the lease on a really nice apartment about 20 minutes away from my parents. Both mine and my boyfriend's therapist are telling both of us that it's in my best interest to leave if I want to be able to grow as a person. My friends say that my mum is controlling and I'm 23 and I need to get on with my life. Truthfully, while I agree with all of this, I feel guilty. I don't plan on cutting off all contact, and everything is signed and paid for, so there's no going back now. Am I irrational for feeling guilty about all of this, or am I a jerk for leaving without saying anything? In the comments, either management says, "You're doing the right thing, but what if your sister wakes up and hears you? Will she call your parents? You should do this anyway, as they have no legal hold on you, but think through how you'll handle it if this happens." If this didn't come up already, are you on their phone plan? Do they pay for your school? Are there other expenses such as health insurance they might cut off? If you have bank accounts that they have access to, likely from before you were of adult age, they may still be able to access them if you didn't change accounts. They might take the money, so plan and get your money transferred to a separate account. Car payments or car title in their name, car insurance. OP says, my sister is a very heavy sleeper. I'm going to pack boxes in my room, and my boyfriend is going to take them to our apartment in his truck while I stay behind. I'm on their phone plan, but my boyfriend and I decided that if they take me off, he'll add me to his plan. My boyfriend and I are on a car insurance policy together, and I have my own vehicle and my own health insurance. I've already filled out the paperwork for my bank accounts to be changed. I don't have to pay for college because my dad is a vet, so it's all paid for by the VA. Tracy says, not the asshole, but inform your school and job about your crazy parents so they'll be prepared for your mum's manipulations to get your new address. And do not give any family members your new address. Your boyfriend's job and family should know about your controlling family also, so they are prepared too. OP says, they know, and they've been given a description of her car and shown her picture. They've been told not to answer the door if they come to their house, and if it becomes a problem, they need to trespass her. And now, onto the update of the update. So my boyfriend and I have officially moved in together. My mom is extremely angry. She called me and yelled at me for 30 minutes and told me that I was alone and that I had no one to turn to. She told me that everything is always about me and that she would be calling my therapist because clearly I must have lied if my therapist was telling me to leave. Her and my dad are repossessing my truck even though I am paying for it because it's in my dad's name. They say me having it is a liability for them. My mom called me yesterday telling me that she worried that I may be living with a sociopath. She said she spoke to my therapist and she told her that she didn't tell me to leave. My mom then called me and asked me if her and my dad could come pick me up and talk to me. They claimed that my boyfriend had manipulated me into cutting off my family when he's actually done the exact opposite. Through this process, my boyfriend has actually been encouraging me to reach out and even said that my family were welcome to come over. He even said that if they wanted him to leave the house when they come see me, then he'll do so because he doesn't want to keep me from my parents. My mom has reached out to other family members and spoken to them. I'm not aware of what she said to them, but they sent me a message telling me they didn't wish to get involved. My mom has made not one, but 2 Facebook posts telling everyone how I've abandoned my sister, 27 female, and left her to die. Oh my god, she's so dramatic. She's gone as far as telling everyone that my boyfriend is abusing me, which is a lie. She even said in her most recent post that she was going no contact and asked everyone else to do the same because if they didn't, they would be supporting an abuser. FYI, this is not me whining and crying about my choices. I am fully aware that these are the consequences of my actions and my choices, and I made my bed and have to lie in it. I am not asking for pity. The Reddit users asked for an update, so I'm providing one. In the comments, Mandy says, "You're an adult, so I don't believe your therapist talked to your mother. She is lying, and if your therapist did talk to your mother, then that's an ethics violation, and you could get her in serious trouble because they're supposed to have a doctor-patient confidentiality. Your mom is pulling lies out of her ass to try and continue controlling you. Right now, the best thing for you to do is sit your mother down and tell her that you're a grown woman and you will be making your own choices. And she needs to get on board with it, or she can get out of your life and go either low contact or no contact until she can learn to respect your wishes. Good luck, OP." And OP says, "She's already chosen to go no contact with me because I chose to stay with my boyfriend." Well, then that's on her, and it sounds like your life will be much better in the long run. You deserve peace and support, even if it means going no contact with toxic relatives. I would seriously rethink having them come over, especially while you're there alone. People like this are unpredictable, and you have no idea what they will try to do to you. Ideally, they shouldn't even know your address, because the odds of them harassing you are very high. I agree. I think it's not usual to have people like OP having their abusers be able to freely visit them, especially alone. I understand why OP wants to do that and why they think that's a reasonable middle ground to take, but at the same time, it feels like they have very little experience with manipulative and abusive people, and from her descriptions of the situation and of her parents, those are like gigantic red flags that these two are not done, these two are out of their minds, and they are escalating to the nth degree in order to regain control over you, to gaslight you about anything and everything in your life, just whatever it takes to get you back on side and trap you once again. And that having them in your life to this degree, with this level of freedom and access and knowledge of you and your whereabouts, it's just a bad idea, and I don't think anything good can come from it. But if OP is able to make it work and she's not going to get too damaged by all of this, then by all means, go right ahead. For me personally, there's 10 million alarm bells going off in my head. Thank you for the story, OP. Thank you for the updates. I hope all goes well. Our next post is by user Dry Butterscotch, and it's titled, "Am I the asshole here for calling my partner a discount dad? after he kept treating me like a child instead of a partner, even though I'm dealing with severe health issues. Hi Reddit. Throwaway because I don't want this linked to my main. I, 18 female, have been dating my boyfriend, let's call him Jake, 24 male, for a little under a year. At first, things were really good. He seemed emotionally stable, mature, grounded, all the things I thought I wanted after dealing with a lot of chaotic guys my own age. We met through mutual friends and clicked pretty quickly. He said he liked how mature I was and how together I seemed for my age, which felt nice to hear, especially since I came out of an abusive household. I won't lie, I felt flattered at first. I thought we had an understanding that yes, I'm younger, but I'm still an equal in this relationship. But over the months, that dynamic has really started to shift, and now I'm not sure if I'm being treated like a partner at all. For some background, I've been diagnosed with endometriosis and POTS, postural orthostatic tachycardia syndrome. Both conditions affect my daily life in big ways. I deal with chronic fatigue, dizziness, and a lot of pain. There are days when I physically can't get out of bed without struggling, and managing my symptoms takes a lot of mental energy on top of everything else. Jake knows this. I was upfront about it from the beginning, and at first he was really kind and supportive. But over time, he started acting like he knows better than me how I should be living my life. It started small, like comments about how much I sleep or how I manage my symptoms, but now it's like I can't do anything without some kind of judgment or lecture. Some examples. If I sleep in to manage a flare-up, he'll say, "That's not healthy. You need structure or you'll never be independent." If I get food delivered on a day that I'm too fatigued to cook, he'll say, "You're wasting money and being lazy." If I cancel plans because of pain, he'll say, "You'll never build resilience if you give in every time." Even if I lie down after standing too long and feeling dizzy, which is a POTS symptom, he tells me that I should push through because resting too much makes it worse. He also makes comments about my outfits being too revealing or not appropriate, and when I tell him I don't want unsolicited advice, he says he's just trying to help me grow or teach me how to be an adult. But I am an adult, just one managing 2 chronic illnesses on top of everything else. Things came to a head last week. I was having a rough few days, a bad endo flare, 0 energy, and could barely sit upright for long. He came over and saw that I'd been resting most of the day and immediately launched into another long-winded talk about discipline and life habits and how I need to stop relying on rest as a crutch. I had had enough. So I said, not even shouting, just tired, I didn't agree to date a discount dad. If I wanted someone to supervise my life and tell me how I'm failing, I'd move back in with my parents. He went completely silent, left my apartment, and didn't talk to me for 2 days. When he finally did, he said that I crossed a line and that he was just trying to help, and that I had no idea how hard it is to support someone who won't even try. I was honestly stunned. Now his friends are messaging me saying I'm selfish and too immature to handle a relationship with a real adult. His mum, yes, his actual mother, messaged me saying she's disappointed and that Jake has always been the kind of guy who lifts women up. Jesus. The whole circus is in town. I just want to be clear, I do try. Every day is hard with these conditions. I work, I cook when I can, I handle my appointments, I advocate for myself in medical systems that constantly brush me off. I don't think I need to be raised by a man who thinks being 6 years older makes him my life coach. I care about him, but I also feel that I've been slowly shoved into the role of student or child in this relationship, and I'm starting to wonder if it was his intention from the beginning. So great people of Reddit, am I the asshole for calling my boyfriend a discount dad after months of being treated like a project instead of a person? In the comments, not the asshole. Dude's 24 dating an 18-year-old with chronic illness and thinks he's your life coach? The age gap plus his behavior screams control issues. You managing 2 serious conditions while working isn't lazy, it's impressive AF. Also, his mum messaging you is weird and crossing boundaries. Run. OP says, I definitely do think his mum messaging me was weird, and I do fully believe that he completely twisted the situation to her because his mother and I have had a really good bond up until then. Music with Rocks In replies, look, in the bigger picture, 6 years isn't a huge age gap, but the younger you are, the larger that gap is in terms of life experience. There are always going to be men older than you trying to date you, mostly because their bullshit behaviors don't fly with women their own age, and who have the life experience to go, hell no. An older man telling the younger woman he's dating that she is so much more mature than other women is grooming 101. Ditch this loser. A real partner never tries to be in charge of you or assume that he knows better than you. Funny how he needed 2 days of silence and a backup choir of friends and his mum to win an argument with an 18-year-old child. He praised your maturity until it threatened his control. Now he's weaponizing help to keep you small. Classic manipulator move. Yeah, and I agree, 6-year age gap is not gigantic in the grand scheme of things, but in this situation, where you're 18 years old, it is. It is a very big age gap, because, to me, more often than not, it's a sign of things to come. Look at how he's treating you. He ghosted you for 2 days and came back with an army to get everyone to psychologically attack you, manipulate you, gaslight you, make you think that you were wrong, even though you were doing the best to manage your health and your life. I'm with the rest of the comments. You're not an asshole for calling him a discount dad, but what the hell are you doing with this man-child? What does he offer you? What's the point of being with someone like that? All he ever does is criticize you and make you feel like shit about yourself. You mentioned that you came from a broken home, an abusive home from the get-go. This is more abuse perpetuating. This is a cycle. You need to get out of this cycle. You need to not fall for abusive, manipulative people. It is not healthy and it's not good for you. No, you're not the asshole for this, but please leave him. And now, onto the update. Hey, I didn't expect the post to get the kind of attention it did. I watched it go from about 200 upvotes down to 1, and honestly, I'm still not sure why, but I really want to thank everyone who commented or messaged me privately. I've read everything. I'm slowly replying when I have the energy. You've all given me so much insight. Some of it really hit. Stuff I hadn't even thought about until now. Just thank you. It means a lot. I wasn't planning to update this soon, but things have gotten way worse within the last 3 hours, and I feel like I need to talk about it, especially after what just happened. So I've been really sick the last few days, like properly sick. I was diagnosed with a bone sinus infection, and it's knocked me flat. I've had constant fevers, stabbing pain in my face and head, nausea, dizziness. I can't keep much food down, and on top of that, my POTS symptoms have been way worse than usual. I've mostly just been in bed, barely functioning, just trying to rest and not pass out. Because of all of that, I had to call in sick to work these last 2 days. I work with food, and there was just no way that I could safely be around customers or food prep like this. I can barely even stand up straight. It didn't feel like I had a choice. This afternoon, I got a call from work telling me I was fired. No warnings or anything, just said they needed someone more reliable and that they can't keep me on if I can't show up. I get it, I guess, but it still crushed me. I've always tried to show up. I've never taken advantage of sick days or anything. It felt like everything hit at once. I've only taken about 4 sick days in the entire 2 years that I've worked for this company. Jake came over not long after. I told him what happened. I told him I lost my job, that I'm sick, that I might need to go to the hospital because I'm starting to feel seriously not okay, and his response was, basically, well, maybe if you took better care of yourself, this wouldn't happen. Oh, thanks, Jake. Then he said something like, you still could have gone in. People push through being sick all the time. I tried to explain that it's not like a cold. This is a bone infection. I literally couldn't walk from the bed to the kitchen earlier without fainting, and I work with food. He just kept brushing it off like I was being dramatic. He told me that I'm always sick and I never fight through it. That turned into a full-blown fight. He started yelling, full volume screaming, pacing the room while I was just sitting there crying and asking him to stop. I was already feeling like absolute shit, and I couldn't even get a word in without him talking over me. At one point I tried to speak, and he got up close, and he raised his hand like he was about to hit me. He didn't, but he looked like he wanted to. And that scared me more than anything he's ever said to me. And that was it for me. I ended it. We're done. I broke up with him then and there. I told him to get out, that I'm not doing this anymore. I don't care how sick I am or how hard things get from here, I'd rather be completely alone than sitting there sobbing while the person who's supposed to care about me screams at me for being unwell. Right now, I'm still in bed, fever is high, heart rate's not great, and honestly, I think I'm gonna go to the hospital soon. Something feels off in my body, and I don't want to wait until it's too late. With POTS, and now this infection, it felt like everything is just piling on top of me. I'm genuinely scared, not just emotionally, but physically. My body feels like it's breaking down. Though I wanted to take the time to write this update, I'm using text-to-speech, so I'm sorry if it's a bit jumbled. I'm tired of begging someone to believe me when I say that I'm in pain. I'm tired of being talked down to, managed, lectured, and guilt-tripped when I literally need help. I didn't ask to be sick. I didn't ask for endo, or POTS, or a sinus infection that knocked me flat. I've done everything I can to keep pushing through, but it was never enough for him. But it's over. I'm scared, and sick, and jobless, but I'm also finally out, and that has to mean something. If you've made it this far, thank you again. Your comments gave me the courage to stop waiting for someone else to change and finally start choosing myself. In the comments, Vendetta Goddess says, "Hey Bubs, read your first post and saw that you left an abusive home, so I understand why this might be hard to see. I just wanted to give you a gentle reminder that someone who tells you that they're attached to you because you're more mature than others your age is in fact setting you up to be abused." Piggybacking your comment, OP, if you can order it online, get coconut water. It has electrolytes. Even though you aren't a plant, it's still good for you. Those truly make a difference for me during crisis. Also, you can buy packets with sodium, minerals, and electrolytes and dissolve them in your water bottle so that you can stay balanced. Being sick makes our bodies go haywire, and I hope you feel our care from this distance. We care about you. We want to see you better. And Mizu Shion says, "Thank God you broke up with him. He was grooming you and definitely emotionally abusive through manipulation tactics and attempting to control you. OP, I hope you get better soon. Removing an abusive partner from your life will help remove a lot of stress you're feeling and accelerate your healing. You may be able to report your workplace for wrongful termination as long as you properly called in sick and provided medical records and doctor's notes. Of course, depending on which country you're located in." Not a great ending to this story, unfortunately. It doesn't seem like she has much of a support system, and I myself question how she's going to financially support herself going forward now that she's jobless. I hope that she does have backup plans. I hope that there is some way for her to land comfortably from all of this, but unfortunately it doesn't look like that's the case right now, as OP has not let us know. What I can hope for is that she reads the comments and she takes from that what will help her best in this situation, and that she lands on her feet. I'm sorry to hear about everything going on, OP. I wish you nothing but the best of luck going forward. Thank you for your story, and good luck. Am I the asshole for not sharing my aunt's jewelry with my cousin's kids? My 30s female, aunt 60s female, recently died, less than a year after being diagnosed with stage 4 cancer. She never married, never had kids, and I'm one of the 6 nieces and nephews. Both my sister and female cousin N are married with kids. My male cousin, C, 40 male, is married with 2 daughters, and neither of my younger brothers are married. They are largely irrelevant to this story. I'm single and have no intention of having my own kids. For some background, my aunt was a doctor and went into palliative care when she was diagnosed. She wanted to enjoy the time she had left, mostly with travel. I was close to graduating from surgery residency when she was diagnosed. She asked if I would be willing to be her private physician after graduation, accompanying her on travels, prescribing her pain meds, etc. She paid me a little bit more than I'd been making as a resident, paid for my travel, first and business class flights, nice hotels, etc., contributed towards my student loans, and put me on the deed to her house. I moved in with her. I also moonlighted/did locums when we weren't traveling, and after she got too sick to travel, so I couldn't keep up my surgery skills. Long story shorter, even with the time I wasn't making a full surgeon's salary, I still benefited financially from the agreement. My aunt had been a doctor in the Foreign Service and had accumulated a lot of stuff. Middle Eastern carpets, furniture, silk and cashmere scarves, art, jewelry, etc. in her career. Everything was open to all her nieces and nephews to split as we see fit, except the jewelry, which was left specifically to her nieces. There was surprisingly little drama splitting any of it. We even had everything appraised, so we were all in agreement on the value of what we were getting. My sister N and I all have different enough tastes in jewelry that we easily agreed on how to split the nice stuff, and most of the costume jewelry was set aside for my niece and N's daughter for when they were a little bit older. They are both under 4. Here is where C comes in. He said that his daughters deserve to have some of my aunt's jewelry as well. My sister and N said they're okay with splitting the costume jewelry to include his daughters, but he said that they deserve some of the nice stuff as well. My niece will probably get my sister's jewels someday, and possibly mine and N's daughter will probably inherit what N got. So C says that it's not fair that my niece and N's daughter will get more than his daughters. C also says that I got the house, the furniture in the house that no one else wanted, got to travel with my aunt, and she paid off a large portion of my student loans. That I should share the wealth. My siblings are staying out of it, and N says that it's ultimately my choice, but that what C says isn't wrong. Am I the asshole for holding to my aunt's will? Is this a hill worth dying on? I have a great relationship with my cousins and siblings, and I don't want this to sour that. In the comments, Silly Femboy says, "Not the asshole. Your aunt specifically left it to you. She clearly cares about it, and it wouldn't be right to disrespect her wishes. I would hold on to that jewelry." OP replies, "My aunt was really interested in the role that jewelry played in women's inheritance and financial security in various cultures, which is why I think she specifically left jewelry to just the nieces and not to all 6 of us. But I know the last thing that she wanted was for us to argue about inheritance. When my great-grandfather, her grandfather, died, her cousin contested parts of the will, and it caused a lot of drama. My dad still hasn't spoken to that cousin, and it's been more than 30 years. I think C's argument that you got more is really petty and a low blow trying to manipulate you. You rearranged your entire life to be your aunt's carer. That isn't insignificant, and it sounds like you had a really special relationship that she acknowledged in her will. C also inherited items and the proceeds from selling some items, so he wasn't left out of the will. There isn't any wrong here that needs to be fixed. In the future, you can sell/gift or leave the items to whoever you like. If you have a close relationship with C's daughter, maybe that will include them, but given his age, I'm assuming it would be some years yet before you have any use for inherited family heirlooms. OP replies, "Yeah, his daughters are 2 and 5, so it's not like there's some piece of jewelry that anyone's been eyeing for a wedding or anything. Not the asshole, and I'm sorry for your loss. You must have become quite close to your aunt during the time that you cared for her. I think your cousin needs to appreciate that you sacrificed a lot to provide care for your aunt, and that time out may have held back career progression, although you were wise to keep in date to be able to maintain where you were before you gave up full-time work. Whatever your aunt's will said, your property is yours now to dispose of as you wish. So, as you say, you have a good relationship with your cousin. It might be nice to consider sharing items that you are not really using or have no real attachment to, or selling them and sharing the proceeds. You are under absolutely no obligation to do any of that though, and as your loss was quite shocking and recent, don't make any big decisions and ask your siblings for support." OP replies, "Thank you for that. My aunt was awesome, and I really miss her. She wasn't physically present when I was growing up because of her foreign service career, but she was there every Christmas and sent us postcards from everywhere that she went. I looked up to her for as long as I can remember, and she's why I became a doctor. Getting to spend those last months with her and getting to see the favorite places where she lived and visited was a blessing, and I wouldn't trade it for anything. I think taking some time to sit on decisions is the way to go. It's jewelry. It's not like it's going to go bad. And his daughters are 2 and 5 years old, so it's not like there's a wedding coming up imminently that they need jewelry for or anything. At this point, OP has earned the right to have that jewelry. I don't understand their argument for, oh, actually these two need it more. No, they don't. They're 2 and 5 years old. They don't have a connection with the aunt. The aunt specifically has reasons for passing jewelry down to women in the family like that, and OP looked after her in her dying days. Did you do that? No, you couldn't because you had a 2 and a 5-year-old to look after. You couldn't and you didn't go the extra mile that OP did, sacrificing her career to spend time with the auntie in her dying days to make sure that she had a very safe and loving end-of-life care. I think it's incredibly insulting that they demand that OP share the jewelry when it goes against everything that the auntie wanted and that the auntie said, and it's ironclad in the will. I understand legality is not always tied up with what is right or wrong, or what people should get, regardless of what's in the will. I get that notion, I understand that completely, but in this case, that's not even an argument. If they want to die on that hill and burn bridges with OP over something that has not been earned by them, that's their prerogative. They can do that all they like, but they're an asshole for doing that, and OP is not an asshole for not sharing. And now, on to the update. And because there was some confusion about who everyone was, 2 cousins, siblings, C, male, and N, female. 3 siblings. I didn't give them letters, but let's call them E, sister, D, brother, and T, brother. C, N, and E all have kids. Me, D, and T don't. I know OP thinks that they're simplifying things, but giving letters instead of full names makes everything 10 times more confusing to people trying to keep up with this, and they'd have to keep referring back to this section about who is who. It's just so stupid, I think. So on to the update. The 6 of us got together over the 4th. I was able to disperse the last of the proceeds from selling the art, rugs, antiques, etc. that none of us wanted. That ended up being a few $1,000s each, not life-changing money for any of us, but nice to have. I will probably use it to go on a solo trip in my aunt's honor, once I accrue enough vacation now that I'm working full-time again. I had decided, based on your comments, that I would offer any of my nieces, existing and future, if D and T end up having kids, that they could shop from my inherited jewelry for their weddings. Before I could even present that solution, C was super apologetic about the way that he had acted. He was feeling guilty that he hadn't been able to spend more time with our aunt before she died. Small kids at home, work obligations, etc., and jealous that I had had more flexibility to travel with her for those months, and that made him lash out. Turns out, his wife had essentially read him the riot act when he complained to her that their daughters weren't included, reminded him that their daughters have her whole side of the family, reminded him that jewelry is traditionally passed down female lines, the whole bit. He was quite embarrassed by how childish he had acted, but I did present that solution, and both N and E thought that it was such a good idea that they said the same. When the next generation of girls gets married, that they can choose from their inheritances too. So all is well. Thank you all for your support and kind words. I'm not going to go no contact with any of my siblings or cousins. I still miss my aunt, work is not terribly exciting, but it's a paycheck, and it's nice to see that my surgical skills didn't slip irreparably. In the comments, Sophie3546 says, "Aw, I'm glad it's a happy ending." Right? It's rare to see these things actually end on a positive note like this. OP handled it with so much maturity and grace, especially considering all of the pressure from the family. totally deserved that peaceful resolution. The one change you may consider is to set any age, say 25, that if they're not married, they can do the same choosing. Not everyone gets married. And OP says, that's not a bad thing to consider. I'm in my 30s, and while I'm not ruling out marriage someday, I'm also not really seeking it. DSQ says, your cousin has a good wife. OP says, she really is quite awesome. He did well. What? A story with a functional family that communicates? In all seriousness, I'm really happy for how things turned out for you. Inheritances are always hard, and it's easy to feel left out. Sometimes it's pure greed, but often sentimentality is at issue too. But it sounds like you all reached a solution that works for everyone without hurt feelings, which is the best outcome that anyone can hope for in such situations. And that your cousin was able to own up to his mistakes is really telling of his character, and his wife's character too, given how she explained the situation to him to make him see how he misjudged the situation. Bravo to everyone all around. Absolutely. Stories like this never fail to surprise me, and I'm glad that someone else was in this situation that could slap his ass into line, because it was obvious that he was acting out because of regret. That was very much a regret thing, and instead of initially being like, it's my fault and there's nothing I can really do about it, it's just an unfortunate life circumstance that I can't control, and it's not fair of me to lash out at OP, I need to do some work on myself to accept the situation as it happened and move on. He went, no, actually, I feel bad, but I'm going to take this out on OP because she should do what I tell her to. I need some control over the situation. I need her to hand over the jewelry because then I have a piece of the aunt with me that I didn't have before, and there was no way for me to get that piece of her. He was asking the impossible. He was stuck in an impossible situation where he didn't want to do the obvious thing, which was just, accepting the situation for what it was. I understand why he did what he did. It sounds like grief. It still wasn't the right thing for him to do, and I'm glad his wife pulled his ass into line. I really feel like we need people like that to keep us accountable for ourselves, and so we don't lash out at people that are close to us like OP. Thank you for the story, OP. I'm glad it all got resolved. Our next post is by user InterestingFox4506, and it's titled, Am I the asshole for telling my friend I'm proud of her? I, 25 female, have my own 2-bedroom apartment that used to belong to my uncle that he gave to me as a graduation gift. Damn, where do I get an uncle like that? I made a friend during my uni years that I'll call Mary, 27 female. Mary had quite a hard home life. Too long to detail here. I let her know that if she ever needed my help, she could always rely on me no matter what. When we graduated, I asked her to move in with me rent-free. She tried to pay, but I knew that she had a lot of debt trying to pay for uni, so I told her no, and to spend her money freeing herself from it. She was so thankful for this, and I loved having her live with me. We never fought about anything, both of us have the same cleaning habits and TV interests, so there's never any arguments over the remote or who has to take out the bins, etc. Tonight, we were out at a super fancy restaurant in London as Mary had finally paid off the last of her debt, secured herself an amazing promotion at her job, and also finally passed her driving test. All these achievements in the same month were more than deserving of an award. So we splashed out. It was me, Mary, 4 of her work friends, and 2 friends that we've known since uni. It was a great night. Until I handed Mary a card saying how amazing she is and how lucky I am to have her as my best friend, with quite a bit of cash inside to put towards her first car. She started crying and thanking me, and we hugged for a long time. When she pulled away, I told her I was so proud of her for kicking life in the butt, becoming successful, and showing her dad that his dickhead ways couldn't keep her down. After how she'd struggled through uni, pushing pennies together, and working shit jobs, seeing her in her dream career and being such an accomplished woman is absolutely inspiring to me. She looked mad and said, "Please don't do that. You know I don't like when you do that." She had never said anything like this to me ever, so I have no idea where this was coming from. I apologized and said that I didn't realize saying these things would upset her, as it's never been my intention. She just scoffed and rolled her eyes, and when I looked up at her colleagues, they were all shaking their heads at me and glaring. I felt so awkward that I wanted to shrink back into my own skin, and I was mortified that I hurt Mary. Bro, what the hell's Mary's problem? Mary didn't talk to me for the rest of the night and ignored me at the table. When we split up to head home, none of her colleagues even looked at me as they left. I said sorry to Mary as she was heading to her room to turn in, but she just shrugged me off, told me she was tired, and that we'll talk in the morning. I'm so anxious that she'll want to move out or never talk to me again. I keep going over every interaction in my head to see if I crossed a line in the past, but she never gave any indication that I upset her saying these things before. All her colleagues messaged me saying I was an asshole for saying those things to her and belittling her, but I never meant any of those things like that. Honestly, I am so confused about what's going on, but my only guess of this situation is that Mary has a different life that she shows to her co-workers, and she is putting on a facade that was quickly dismantled by OP when OP said all of those things in front of the co-workers, and that the co-workers took it as she was denigrating and putting down Mary in what she was saying. And that was confirmed by Mary's reaction and continued reaction throughout the night. And then the flying monkeys, i.e. the co-workers, do the usual thing that happens here, and you get a barrage of text messages. To me, it feels really messed up that you get a reaction like this from them, especially given that OP let Mary live with her rent-free, clear all of her debts, gave her a very generous chunk of money here, and put herself out so much for Mary. This feels like a gigantic stab in the back. I wouldn't like to be in a situation like this. I'd want to shrink into myself and disappear. And now, onto update 1. So I'm even more confused than ever right now. After staying up all night and being constantly on the verge of tears, I finally heard my roommate moving around the kitchen, so I went to talk to her. She acted totally normal and started talking to me about some drama at her work, while I just stood there kind of unsure at what was happening or what to do. So I apologized again. She looked up at me in confusion and said, "Why are you sorry?" And I reminded her of last night and how mad she was, and then she laughed and said, "It doesn't matter, don't worry about it," and then continued making breakfast. I asked if I'd stepped over a line last night, if the money was too much, and if I made her feel inferior, and she said, "Nope, we're cool, it doesn't matter. I think everyone just misunderstood the situation and you're taking things to heart a little too much." Bro, Mary, no, you can't say that. That's not okay. They bombarded OP with text messages. Explain that, Mary. I just am even more confused than ever. I told her about her friends texting me, telling me that what I said was belittling and that I was an asshole, and she just shrugged and said they probably misread things and she'll talk to them. Mary is gaslighting Final Boss 101. What? But I'm just so winded. I'm so tired because I haven't slept because I thought she hated me, that I'd hurt her and she would never speak to me again, but she's fine? Like, she's completely normal and just chatting with me as if last night never happened, but I'm just so confused. After seeing so many "you're the asshole" comments, I thought I'd really crossed a line this time, but she's not fazed at all. She seemed so upset, ignored me for the rest of the night, and her co-workers treated me like a criminal, but everything's okay, I guess? I don't know anymore. I'm tired, and I'm gonna go to sleep, but things still seem unresolved to me. I'm gonna go talk to her about it when she comes back from work today, because her reaction still really bothers me. Update 2. I got a call from one of the uni friends who was at dinner last night, and we had a chat. She asked me if everything was okay between me and Mary, as she said she had never seen Mary snap at me like that until last night. I filled her in on everything that we'd talked about, and how confused I was as well. She reaffirmed many of my feelings about this being very out of character for Mary, as she had also congratulated Mary and said similar things, as well as given her a bit of money in a card, along with an expensive gift, as did many of the others. After talking to my friend, I've decided that I need to have a long sit-down with Mary to clear things up, and it's not only me who's confused by her behavior. Both the uni friends are coming round later to have a chat, since now we're honestly quite concerned about her. Her friends have not let up on their texts to me, so I don't think she's spoken to them. One said I couldn't try and sweep this under the carpet, which is like, what? I'm thinking of blocking all of them, as they just won't leave me alone. Update 3. This is not an update that I expected to make, not in a million years. Shit really hit the fan and went sideways in a way that I never imagined. I'm confused, heartbroken, and really pissed off now. So, long story short, it's all a fucking lie. One Redditor said to me that my friends might have said something to Mary's work colleagues about me that made them not like me. I talked to both of them when they came round in the afternoon, and they both denied any of that. The one I'd spoken to earlier on the phone, we'll call Claire, said that she'd call one of the work colleagues that she knows slightly well in order to clear things up. Let's call the colleague Jane. Jane turned up at the flat and instantly looked pissed. I almost wanted to hide behind the kitchen counter when she came in glaring daggers at me. We all sat down, and I let Jane know that I'd spoken to Mary about last night and that she was fine, but I was still confused. Jane then laughed and said, "Oh, don't try that shit with me. You can't just pretend now that you've been exposed in public." The three of us looked at her without saying a word, as we were all confused now. Claire asked her what she meant, and Jane said that she knew how I really treated Mary. We both asked her to elaborate, and she stood up and went on this tirade about how I apparently regularly abuse and belittle Mary, and then intimidate her into saying nothing about it and put on a smile for others. I wasn't sure whether to laugh or cry at this point. She then showed me her texts with Mary where Mary wrote to her in distress about being locked in her room because I was having a meltdown about her making friends at work, something that never happened. Claire and my other friend took the phone and looked through the messages as well, and I had to stop reading them as they all said stuff about how Mary was afraid of me and that I'd trapped her here and was extorting rent out of her. It all just leaves me numb and dead inside. Eventually, Claire got to a point where Mary said that I'd cancelled her 21st birthday at uni and told her she wasn't allowed to go out. The thing is, Claire and my other friends were at Mary's 21st birthday, which I'd put in over £500 towards to have a themed Great Gatsby night that she'd always wanted, which in the messages, she was claiming never happened. We went over a lot of the stuff in the messages and realized that Mary had been spreading lies about me to all of her colleagues about how I was abusive and she couldn't move out because I was charging her so much rent money. This absolutely shattered me. Mary was like a sister to me through our uni years, and I can't fathom why she would say any of these things. It took a long time, but after Claire and my friend went over all of the accusations with Jane, and I pulled up my bank details to show that Mary never makes a single payment to me except for her half of the bills, she seemed to cool down and settled into the same confusion that we were all feeling. She let us know that Mary told all of her colleagues this story, and that the reason they were mad at me is because Mary said that I liked to use a manipulation tactic where I pretend I support her through everything, but use her past against her whenever we're in private. They all thought that's what I'd been doing last night, that everything I said was meant as a backhanded compliment. Honestly, I'm so just about everything. I can't even put into words the hurt and betrayal that I feel that she'd spread lies about me. For what reason? What benefits? I could never lift a finger to hurt her, but she tells everyone at her work that I isolate her from the world? Claire had to calm me down as I couldn't stop crying no matter what I did for ages. It was quite embarrassing, but I just couldn't do anything else. Now I'm a little more level-headed, still mad, but not crying anymore. I don't even want to look at Mary again. My friends have told me not to make hasty decisions, and even Claire said that she was disgusted by the things that Mary was saying about me in the texts when everyone knows them not to be true. I know that I probably won't be able to clear my name with her colleagues, but I don't really care about that. I just want to know why Mary said those things about me. Jane went quiet by the end of our discussion and left without saying much. so I don't know what that means for me in her eyes. My two friends are staying with me for the rest of the day until Mary comes home. We've all got a lot of questions for her to answer. Final update. I've booted Mary out of the flat. She threw away years of friendship for sympathy points with her colleagues, and I still cannot understand why. When she got home and saw the three of us watching television, she got excited and said that she'd make popcorn, but Claire took the lead and told her to sit down. She looked confused, but complied. Claire led everything. I didn't really know what to say to Mary at all, and could barely make eye contact with her. Claire told her that Jane had been round and yelled at me for being an abuser and a bully, and asked her why she'd said those things. Mary acted confused and said that it must all just be a miscommunication, that Jane just twists things sometimes, and she must have misunderstood stuff that she had said. Then Claire asked about the text messages and started mentioning each event that Mary had cried to Jane about me being an awful person. Jane went quiet and then tried to say that it was a work joke, but Claire wasn't having any of it. She pushed harder about all of this, and eventually Mary broke. She started crying and telling us that she never meant any of it, that it was a stupid thing and it shouldn't matter, that she loved me with everything she had, and it was just a stupid story that went too far. She started begging me for forgiveness, but I was just so tired and still am. I looked her in the eyes for the first time and told her that she had a week to find a place and move out. And then she started really bawling her eyes out and begging me to let her stay, that she didn't think that it would matter because I don't work with them. But I told her that I was not having that kind of bullshit in my life, and I then said, "So do you just make up lies about everyone in your life? Is any of it real?" She went really quiet, dead silent at that point. I didn't want to believe it, but the way she was looking at me and the lies that she'd made up about me abusing her had me questioning everything she had ever told me when we were at uni together. About her dad beating her mum, about her being homeless from 16 until they divorced. I then told her to get her mum on the phone, and she panicked and begged me not to. Claire then realized where I was going with this and asked her if everything we'd ever been told about her dad had been true, and she cracked and said she may have embellished a few things. I am so fucking fuming at this point. Who the fuck makes up this kind of twisted shit? For what benefit? I can't even write everything that was said, as it just resorted into a screaming match between all four of us as we learned that Mary's tragic life story had been nothing but a concoction to gain sympathy from others. Her parents are divorced, but there was no abuse involved. They just fell out of love and split. I had to learn this by calling her mother myself later on to get clarity. I had never said a word to her mom about anything in the past because Mary had warned me against it. She said I could always be open with her about everything as she wasn't ashamed, but her mom was sensitive and didn't want to talk about it. So it turns out, my best friend is a master manipulator and probably always has been. I am so tired and exhausted of this whole nightmare. This will be my last update as I'm done. I came here seeking help and advice to find a way to mend a mistake that I'd made with a trusted friend, but it turns out that last 7 years have been built on a lie. I'm fucking done. With Mary, with everything. I don't want to see her again. I know she can afford her own place, so I don't feel bad about kicking her out. I don't care what she does now. I just know that I don't want her around anymore. I think I'm going to book myself some therapy sessions after all of this shit. It's not a happy update, but it's the only conclusion I've got. Thank you to everyone for all the advice you've given me over the many updates. I appreciate all of it. I'm sorry it's not cheerful, but I just hope that I can move on from all of this. Additional final update. I never thought I'd write anything else to add on to this post, but holy shit did it blow up overnight. I never expected the amazing responses I got, nor the wonderful people in my messages sharing their stories and wishing me all the best. It honestly brought me to tears to just see this flood of understanding and empathy appear out of nowhere. Thank you to everyone who took the time to message me or comment. I've now read each and every one, and am so thankful for all of the support you've given me. I didn't think I'd update any further, but since there's been so much recent response, I can give you guys a little conclusion on how everything fully resolved. I didn't touch Reddit since my last update because I needed a lot of time to process what had happened, and having the place to myself was strange to adjust to at first. But as it turns out, very necessary to begin the healing process. Mary moved out the following Saturday of the incident. She spent the following days after the blow-up moping around the flat and wanting to talk to me, but I refused, and I told her that I needed space. Her mum came on the weekend to help her pack up her things as Mary was going to move back in with her. Her mum cleared up a lot of the questions that I'd had on my mind. I'd always been told by Mary that her dad had been abusive, but her mum had loved him so much that she wouldn't leave him, so she left home and was homeless when she was 14, sleeping under benches in train stations, just so she didn't have to be in the house with him. She only moved back in when her mum finally got the guts to divorce her dad. This story I had believed for 7 years turned out to be completely fake. Not only was Mary never homeless, but her father was never abusive and loved both her and her mum very much. The reason I never saw him around was because he'd moved to Australia to pursue his career, which was the real reason for the divorce. He loved his family, but wanted success even more, so he left. Her mum told me that Mary's dad was always inviting her over for the summer holidays, but Mary never went because she hates flying. The day she moved out, I stayed in my room and just hid away. But she knocked on my door before she left, and I answered. I still wanted to say goodbye. She had been my closest friend for so long that it didn't feel right just letting her fade out of my life without a send-off. She asked me if I wanted the money that I gave her for her new car back, but I said no, and told her to use it for therapy instead. She cried a lot and tried to hug me, but I kept her at a distance. I let her know this would be the final time we would ever see or speak to each other. I just couldn't be around her anymore with the knowledge of what she had done. She left sobbing, and when she was gone, my little town flat suddenly felt bigger than it ever had before. It's been hard adjusting to being alone in this place. For the first week she was gone, I still expected to see her in the kitchen every morning or on the sofa when I got home. It was unsettling to say the least. I had my first therapy appointment last week, and I think it actually went well. I haven't been to therapy since I was in school, so I was very nervous to begin with. But my therapist is a very lovely lady who helped me understand that Mary's lies were her own making, and I had nothing to do with their creation. A lot of people said that she was probably a compulsive liar, maybe even a narcissist, and she seemed to agree loosely with that idea from what she had heard. In yet another revelation, I met with Jane for coffee as she had asked to meet up and clear up some details. She told me she'd been wondering about why Mary would make me the target of her abuse story and started asking people in her office about the things that Mary had said about me in the past. One that stood out was a painter. They work in art restoration and distribution, who used his art as a means of channeling his traumatic history with his abusive stepmother. Apparently, Mary had taken quite a liking to him, and so she had first told him about her abuse as a way of getting closer to him. She had mentioned fancying him in the past, but I didn't think that she'd go to such lengths to create a connection between them. He had been furious when he heard the truth, and now doesn't speak to her anymore. Jane told me not many people do now. They were now all worried that she would make up stuff about them and get them in trouble at work, so they're keeping her at an arm's length as a result. I felt a bit bad when I heard this, as I know that Mary is having a miserable time with our friendship group kicking her out as well. Jane apologized to me, but I told her she had nothing to be sorry about, that this was all Mary, and she was only trying to protect what she thought was an abused friend. We left each other on good terms, but we don't have much in common anymore, so I doubt we'll be friends in the future. Claire came to stay with me for a bit, which has helped with the loneliness a little. It's hard to be alone after having someone practically attached to your hip with you for so long. Thank you to you guys as well who left such kind messages in the comments, many of which were very helpful. I'm so thankful to all of you for your words of advice and comfort that you've given me. It's made a shitty situation so much better to know that there are people out there who have been through the same thing and offer words of encouragement to lost things like me. Thank you, everybody. In the comments, BadInvestor13 says, quote, "For what benefit?" Well, for one, living in a townhouse rent-free for years, That's a pretty big benefit. In London, plus all the money and gifts that her friends gave her, I doubt were individual instances. I wish OP took the money back and then made a spreadsheet of all the expenses on her and got all of that back too. Well, you've got to hand it to Mary. She made quite a lucrative living out of her lies for quite some time. The only problem with people who lie like this is that they never think about how it's all going to play out in the long run. Well, not the only problem, obviously, but you know what I mean. Unless you're ready to hop from friend group to friend group, partner to partner or whatever, you can't play the long game like this. Not when you overlap stable groups. Shit's gonna spill over. If she hadn't mixed friend groups, she may not have gotten caught up for a few more years too. Rookie mistake. One she won't make next time. This is how the chronic liar in my life got away with it for years. Strict separation of her social groups. If she had a special event, it would be just for one side of her family, or just the other side. Or just school friends, which was my group, or just work friends, or just workout buddies. This never struck me as strange at all because the two sides of her family do fight, and different groups of people have different dynamics. Things began coming to light when she befriended someone incredibly outgoing who ran a small event business, who naturally befriended people across several of her other groups. Well, there you go, guys. Something to look out for. If someone close to you keeps a strict separation between all of the other groups in their life, like they do here, they might just be batshit insane like Mary, and they might be spinning a fancy little story that is different between every single other group. And if you don't meet those other people, that story can never be poked and prodded and shown for the farce that it is. Like, I know that Mary's going to learn from this instance, and she's going to be better at not cross-pollinating groups in the future, but I don't understand what she expected to happen here when she took her work colleagues out to dinner with OP, who she told all of them OP was an abuser, and that she terribly abused her, and that she did such heinous shit to, and pointed out the manipulation tactic of, oh, I feel pity for you, I feel so sorry for you in this public forum, and I'm going to use that against you in private. How did she expect that to go down at the dinner if that's truly the web of lies and deception that she spun? I don't understand how she didn't put two and two together and recognize, oh shit, this work dinner with everyone all together is a bad idea because they're going to start questioning OP, and OP is going to be confused and start poking and prodding as to what the hell is going on. Mary is both sides of Hanlon's razor. She's incredibly obtuse, whilst also at the same time being incredibly malicious. The Venn diagram of Hanlon's razor is just a circle when it comes to her. Maybe she'll start separating those two in the future, but honestly, who knows? I'm glad that she was stupid enough to out herself in this way so that OP didn't have to continue the charade that that woman kept up for such a long time, and I'm glad it didn't get any worse than it was here. Thank you for the story, OP, and thank you for the updates. That was an adventurer, you might say. Am I the asshole here for telling my mum she's dead to me if she mentors my bully? So my 16 male, mum, 40s, is a teacher at my school. Our school has a special elective you can take, which is being a teacher's aide during your elective period. It's mostly stuff like grading papers for them, making copies, mentoring, etc. It's pretty much always just the teacher's favorite student at the time. I found out at the beginning of the semester that my mum chose Dave, 17 male, to be her TA. Dave has made my life a living nightmare since middle school. He has bullied me mercilessly, both physically and emotionally, since the 6th grade. I don't want to get into everything he's done to me, but everyone is fully aware of it, including the school and my parents. There have been countless meetings with school administration and suspensions on his end, but it never stopped him. Since we've been in school, I haven't had to see him much, which is a relief, but the times that I do are always terrible. When I found out that he was her new TA, I was obviously very hurt and confused. I asked her why she would want to spend extra time with someone who made my life so terrible. She said that she had him in one of her classes, and that he really isn't such a bad kid, but he has a really terrible home life that she can't tell me about that makes him act out. For the record, my mum has always had a soft spot for kids who come from bad homes. I reminded her of all the things he had done to me, and she said that she understands, but he really needs help right now. I told her I get that, but why does it have to be you? We have a huge school full of teachers and staff who can mentor him. Why does it have to be you? She told me to stop being selfish and that some kids have it harder than I can imagine, and she's just trying to help. I was honest with her, and I told her that if she continued to have him as her aide, that she was dead to me. She was choosing him over me, and she would no longer be my mother. I would no longer talk to her the minute I turned 18. I was moving out, and she would never hear from me again. She rolled her eyes and said I was being dramatic, but after a couple of days of ignoring her, I was grounded. It didn't change my mind, and my dad tried to force me to talk to her. I still refused, so they took pretty much everything away from me one by one for the past few weeks. I no longer have my car, computer, guitar, and most recently my art supplies, and I have to come home from school and go straight to my room, and am not allowed out except dinner until I start talking to her again. They don't realize that this is just strengthening my resolve. I'm going to sit in this empty room every day silently until I'm 18, and they'll never see me again. My mum keeps coming in crying and begging me to talk to her, which makes me feel kinda bad, but she still won't remove Dave as her aide. Am I taking this too far? I just feel so betrayed. Update: I'm sorry I stopped answering everyone's questions. I just kinda freaked out when this blew up out of nowhere, and I almost deleted it a few times because I was scared someone at school would see it and recognize me. Everyone letting me know that it's not my fault helped a lot, so I felt less embarrassed about someone I know potentially seeing it. Nothing has really changed, but a lot of you made a good point that if I'm really going to go this route, then I need to come up with a plan for what I'm going to do when I get out. I considered the military like some people suggested, but then I remembered my school has a special trade program. You go to our school for half a day, and then spend the other half at our local community college taking trade classes. I think depending on what you are doing, you can get an associate's degree or whatever certifications you need by the time you graduate. I went to my guidance counselor during lunch today, and I told her that I wanted to switch to that program. She acted really surprised and asked why did I want to change now since I'm already taking AP classes and am on the college track. I told her that I didn't want to talk about it, but I would need to be ready for independence when I graduated, and this seemed like the best way. She said it might be too late to change this semester, but she would look into it for me and let me know. In the comments, Janet in Spain says, I just read your update, and the trades is actually a great way to go. You make money faster than a college graduate, and you don't end up in massive student debt. Trades are also transferable to anywhere. You can literally move to any city and get a good paying job. You could even go to another country. It would open up a whole different world for you. Sounds like a smart plan. Have you chosen a particular trade? HVAC, plumbing, or electrician would be smart choices. OP says, thank you. From what she said, the first semester you do a little of everything and decide what you like, and then choose from there. Honestly, I'm not sure what they even offer yet, but I could see myself doing something like electrical. Seaworthiness Dude says, since the school already knows about the problem, have you considered talking to a trusted teacher or a guidance counselor? I realize that these are her colleagues, however, I think they might be able to talk some sense into her. Her failing you reflects not only her inability to be a good parent, but also on skills that she needs as a teacher. I don't think you should suffer in silence. Shame her if you have to. Not the asshole, however, neither of your parents deserve to have a child. OP replies, she's got one of my teachers to pull me aside and try to convince me to forgive her. He said all that crap about only having one mum and whatnot. When he stopped talking, I asked if he was done and just left the classroom. As for other teachers, I don't really know who I could talk to. I'm a pretty quiet person, and I don't really form any close bonds with any of my teachers like some kids do. Lurker Q says, talk to a counselor. Tell them what happened and what a horrible person your mum is. Others at the school deserve to know what a piece of trash she is. OP says, I mean I could, But I just feel everyone at the school already knows the situation by this point, and the bullying was never taken seriously before, so why would this? I've had a lot of time to think about things recently, and I think it mostly just comes down to everyone not really believing that I can be a victim of bullying. I'm really not trying to victim blame or anything, but I don't think most people would imagine me when they hear bully victim. I'm big, somewhat athletic, and on the tennis team. I'm not popular by any means, but I have a close group of friends, who are all on my side by the way. I'm just really quiet by nature, and am not good at conflict. I think all the adults see this and think, well, he isn't really a bully victim, not the asshole. If my mother would have done that to me, or one of my brothers, we would have treated her like a traitor. She puts her savior complex, or whatever this is, over your mental health. She is in addition to that disloyal to your family, you. Just ignore her and organize your life. Do good in school and leave her behind when you're old enough and independent. I cannot even compute how people can do this to their own blood, but here we are. I wish you the best. I couldn't figure out what was bugging me about this. It's the mum's savior complex. You got it down perfectly. She wants to be the teacher who reformed her son's bully at the expense of her relationship with her son. Well, when it's finally shown she's a bad parent and he bails at 18, she'll get her recognition. Charity is great when you make others suffer for it and you get all the credit. I'm on board with that. I don't think she realizes how delusional she is being in going against everything her son wants. I understand in some situations you can be like, whoa, son, you're overreacting. You obviously don't know what you're talking about and I'm doing the correct thing in this situation. But this ain't it. This is not it, Chief. She knows full well what her son went through. She understands everything that boy did to him. You don't turn around and go, you know what, I'm going to reward that behavior because his home life was really bad. Yours was really good, so shut your mouth. If she wants to end up alone in the nursing home with no one visiting her, no grandkids by her side, go ahead, mother. Make that choice, you know? Burn your relationship with your son for nothing. It's not like Dave is going to come replace your son at this point. You get nothing out of this. I think OP is correct here, and his parents punishing him for it by taking everything away piece by piece is only having the opposite effect of what they think is going to happen. They are stupid and bad parents, and they obviously don't know their son. And they don't know how to parent correctly. That's not correct parenting. So no, not the asshole for this, OP. Keep standing your ground, leave that house, get your independence, and show them just how badly those two messed up. And now, onto the final update. To everyone who said my mum was sleeping with Dave, you were right. Just kidding, y'all are weirdos and watch too much porn. A lot has actually happened since last week, and while nothing is really fixed, I think things are going in the right direction. On Friday, I got called out of class to the guidance counselor. When I got there, my mum and the assistant principal were there as well. The counselor asked me to sit down and said that me changing tracks from college to trade, like I mentioned in my last post, was a big decision, and she wanted me to sit down with my mum and me to figure out if this really was the best for my future. She first asked me if I would fully explain why I wanted to switch. I explained the whole situation from my perspective and about how I was being punished. I said that if this is how I was going to be treated from now on, I wanted to become independent as soon as possible, and going to college would have me relying on my parents for longer than I would like. She then asked my mum if she had anything she would like to add. My mum tried to downplay the whole situation at first and make it look like I was just being stubborn and disrespectful. But as the counselor asked her more questions, it became pretty clear that my side was the truth. After this, the AP stepped in and said that a teacher's aide was not worth all of this turmoil and that Dave would be switched with another teacher. The counselor then asked me if this would help me start working things out with my mum. I said not really, because it wasn't even her choice, and she hasn't even admitted that she's done anything wrong. She then asked my mum if she was willing to apologize for anything that had happened. My mum gave a half-hearted apology where she said things had gone overboard and she never meant to hurt me so much. The counselor asked if I would like to apologize for anything as well, and I said not really, but nobody pressed me on it. The counselor then said about my transfer, it was too late for this semester. What she suggested is that my mum and I, and possibly my dad, should go to a family counselor for the rest of the semester. I would stay in my current classes, my parents would give me all of my stuff back, and we could see if we can come to some kind of peace before next semester. She then asked my mum that if after that I still had not changed my mind, would she accept the class changes? My mum said no at first because she wanted me to go to college, but I told her that she'd already failed me as a mother once. Please don't do it again. She got really quiet and said she would agree to it if that was what I really wanted. When I got home, all of my stuff was returned to me. I also started talking to my mum again. I just kind of felt like there wasn't a point to ignoring her anymore. I don't treat her like a mother or anything anymore, but I'll answer her if she asks me a question. It just feels like, now that I have a plan, a lot of my anger is gone, and I just see her as a person who happens to live in my house. We haven't scheduled our first counseling session yet, but I don't see it changing much anyway. The damage is done, so I don't see myself changing my mind. That's pretty much it. I probably won't update again unless something crazy happens or something. Thank you to everyone who gave me good advice. In the comments, Material Cellist says, I still don't understand how a mother does not choose their own child. I would basically keep your mother at a distance until you get out of there and then go no contact. And I would include no contact with your dad too, because he didn't have your back either. I hope the very best for you. You deserve so much more, and parents who put their child first. I'm so sorry your parents have failed you. See ya. Spectrum Woes says, I agree that until your mum sees what she did was wrong, and that she totally disregarded your feelings, and disrespected you, not much will change, and she can't expect it to just magically heal. Your mum has some serious soul-searching to do. I doubt much will change. At least in the short term, maybe 5 to 10 years from now, she will have some better perspective on how she messed up, and that she was wrong, and that she can genuinely apologize and genuinely feel remorseful for her actions. But to me, this was not a good update. She didn't admit to any wrongdoing. She was forced to be a better person by outside forces, by the school itself, and if anything, that just destroys the relationship between her son and her further. I once again say, she is a bad parent. She doesn't realize what it takes to be a good parent, and she will not put her own ego aside in order to be the parent that her son deserves. If she is alone in that nursing home, it will be entirely her doing. To you, OP, good on you for standing your ground and not letting her bully you into submission, not letting her gaslight you and make bullshit up that will convince others that, oh, actually, you're just overreacting, you have no idea what you're doing, you're just a kid, you'll understand later in life how the world truly works. Like, no, that's all some complete baloney, it's all bullshit. She is wrong, she will continue to be wrong until she has a change of heart, which I don't think will happen for a long time. Thank you for the story, OP, thank you for the updates, and good luck with your future. Our next post is by user Gore Sharon, and it's titled, I, 21 female, set up a date between two friends, 29 male and 25 female. Something went wrong that night, and now my guy friend won't talk to me. I met my friend Chuck, 29 male, about 1.5 years ago. We were both a part of an online local group for single parents and eventually met offline with other group parents. I've known Britt, 25 female, since high school. Chuck's wife died of childbirth complications the day their daughter was born, more than 2 years ago. Britt is a few months out of a 9-year relationship. Both of them have expressed wanting to meet other people, and I thought they'd be good for each other because of common interests, and we all have kids of similar ages. 2 days before Christmas, Chuck and Britt went out on their first date. I kept Chuck's daughter at my house so the two could have more time together without him having to worry about the baby. The plan was for her to spend the night. She's done it before and gets along great with my 3-year-old girl, but Chuck knocked on my door at 11 p.m. to get his daughter. He barely said a word to me, and I could tell he had been crying, but he wouldn't tell me what was wrong. The next day, I asked Britt what happened. She said that they had dinner and a couple of drinks, things were going excellent. She said she felt like they had great chemistry and were even getting physical at his house, but he suddenly told her to stop and to leave immediately. She swears she has no idea what she did wrong and is really hurt by the whole thing. I believe her because she's really sweet and social. I've never seen her do anything to piss anyone off. I tried to talk to Chuck at the same time to get his side of the story and see what went wrong. All he said was that he wasn't feeling it and didn't want to discuss it further. I didn't push it, but when I went to him to wish him a Merry Christmas a day later, I saw he had deleted me from his social media. I texted him instead and asked, "You okay?" But no response. I'm seriously hurt and don't know what to do. Chuck has become one of my closest friends, and our daughters are the best of friends too. I am really worried that this has something to do with his wife, and I want to apologize if he felt like I was pressuring him to date after her death. At the same time, I don't want to overstep boundaries and bother him when he's having a hard time. It's been over a week, and I'm worried and upset. In the comments, Chuck's daughter will be a constant reminder of his late wife. He still hasn't finished grieving and/or isn't ready to move on. Guilt about enjoying female company and getting physical contact will be huge. He would feel he has to hide his emotions from his daughter about his late wife. He has locked them away and is doing the same thing now. Give him time and let him know that you are there when he is ready. OP replies, "I completely agree with you, and will be giving him plenty of space for a while before I try to talk to him again. Thank you." We've actually talked about the constant reminder thing. Little Chuck looks exactly like his wife, and apparently it's getting harder instead of better because of that. I kind of feel like a jerk for being offended by him not speaking to me. I can't imagine that pain. Beaver Vest says, "It sounds like he's not ready to be dating, and he's displacing that guilt on you as you were the one who set it up with completely good intentions, and now he's feeling you're responsible for how he feels." My suggestion would be to wait it out. It could take some time, weeks or months. If you continue to contact him often, it'll only make it worse and push him away. I would let it clear. A couple of weeks, and maybe once more reach out with an apology again, saying your friendship and each other's daughter's friendship means a lot to you. If he cold shoulders you again, you need to move on. Unfortunately, life is a set of friendships that pass as our lives continue where they need to head. OP replies, "That's what my gut was telling me. I just wanted to make sure that I was doing enough. Hopefully he'll come around, because I've gotten really attached to him and his kid. It would be so sad to never see them again." Edit. Someone mentioned that Chuck may be in love with me, but deleted the comment. I still want to address that. He's almost a full decade older than me and has never expressed those feelings for me at all. In fact, the week before he cut me off, he said that I was a great friend and he was happy that his daughter had some female figures in her life. Fennec Murder says, "I'm the one who mentioned he might be expecting romance with you, and I didn't delete the comment, I got downvoted into oblivion." And then he quotes the edit. "You mean like a new mum? A great friend just needs a little intimacy and mutual attraction to become a significant other. Common interest, trust, respect are already there. Read the signs. Being a decade older never prevented men to be romantically interested in younger ladies. The fact you use it as a demonstration might indicate you don't want to see he may be into you while still mourning his wife. That's perfectly legit, but people feeling rejected might try stuff, like dating your friend, and/or cut relationship. I'd say the biggest problem with the sub is that it's always one-sided, and people sometimes cannot be fully aware of the other signs and communication. It's still a theory." Back up to the post, edit 2. "Thanks for all of your advice, everyone. I think I'll give it another week before I speak with him again. If he hasn't reached out by then, I'll tell him that I'm still here if he needs to talk, but I will continue to give him space if he needs that too. I'm almost 100% sure that this happened because of his wife's death. Another one of my friends who was still on Facebook saw that he had changed his cover photos several times since Christmas, and all of them were from his wedding. I think we can all speculate as to what exactly happened between those two, but really all we have to go off is he was crying after the date, and he was obviously incredibly messed up, and Brit was not messed up. So something has gone wrong between him and Brit. Whether it be the wife, whether it be something else, I don't know. Most likely it has something to do with the wife, but if he were to unfriend OP because of the trauma he has around his wife, I don't really see that happening. That doesn't seem very likely. I know it can and does happen, but you'd think he went and talked to someone about it and, vented and aired his frustrations, and then that someone could go talk to OP and be like, yeah, he was having a reaction over his dead wife and he doesn't know how to manage the situation and talk about it with you. This to me is just such an odd situation that I don't want to speculate too much. And now, on to the update. Chuck finally contacted me 2 days ago. He apologized for unfriending me and not talking to me. As many of you said, he was embarrassed by what happened on the date and even angry at me for setting them up. She completely lied to me. He maintains that they went to dinner and had drinks, but then he says that Brit got completely shit-faced and was trying to get him to have sex in the parking lot. When he said no, she got very aggressive to the point where he made her get out of the car and got her a cab. Once he knew she was gone, he went to my place to get his daughter and was so pissed at me he couldn't talk to me about it. Of course, I apologized profusely and told him I didn't know that she was like that at all. He doesn't blame me and said I didn't need to be sorry, so we're cool now. I confronted Brit yesterday. All I said was that Chuck told me a different version of events. She started crying and admitted to everything all on her own. She asked if I could ever forgive her, and I said yes, but I'm not sure if I was telling the truth. I'm not sure if I should keep Brit as a friend. I am really disgusted by her behavior, and I know if the sexes were reversed, I would stay the hell away from her. In the comments, Arizona Green Tea says, "Wow, I've been waiting patiently for this update, but I definitely did not expect this. Sorry about your friend Brit, OP. I'm glad things between you and Chuck are okay now." OP says, "Me neither. I never would have guessed if he didn't tell me." Faceless Void says, "You could just distance yourself for a bit. If I were you, it will definitely depend on her actions from here on. Is she really apologetic? Has she sent a sincere apology to Chuck? If yes, I will still maintain a friendship, but not hang out with her too much for a while. It's still pretty annoying that she acted so stupidly and then lied to you afterwards. What for? I don't know. As if you wouldn't find out the truth sooner or later, but if she is a great friend otherwise, this is forgivable given time and good attitude on her part. At least now you know not to set her up anymore with any of your friends." OP says, "Totally with you on the lying. I'm super annoyed that this could have been solved way earlier with honest communication from everyone involved. She apologized for lying, but not anything else. Just excuses about how she acts when she drinks too much." Someone else says, "I think perhaps before cutting Brit out of your life, you should straight out ask Chuck if he felt like she was rapey or just a pushy drunk. Did he have to physically force her out of the car? Lots of guys call women names and act like assholes when we refuse to have sex with them, but there's a huge difference between being a drunken jerk and a rapist. Did Chuck feel threatened by Brit, or just offended and turned off by her? Chuck obviously doesn't want to go on a second date, but he may not feel like you cannot be friends with Brit." OP says, "He felt threatened for sure. He said that the other day, and in hindsight, I could feel it when he came to my house that night. He had been crying and didn't talk to anyone for weeks." Organic Frost says, quote, "She got really aggressive. Make no mistake, that means she sexually assaulted him regardless of how successful she was. In that context, his response makes total sense. I would drop her." Edit, "She apologized for lying, but not anything else. Just excuses about how she acts when she drinks too much. This is a quote from you in another comment. That means it's not the first time she's assaulted someone. OP says, holy shit. I don't know how I didn't catch that. Thank you. Yeah, I would drop Brit as a friend. I would drop her so fast. That is completely inexcusable. There is no reason to keep her as a friend anymore. She's bad news. She's no good. She is a sexual predator. And she doesn't care that she is one because she has no remorse for her actions. She refuses to recognize the damage that she's done. What point is there in keeping her around? If you do, you're just enabling a sexual predator to continue and possibly hurt more of your friends. OP, I'm glad that you read the comments and that people are opening your mind to these things, but if you have any self-respect, you will walk away from her and you will tell her that she is a bad person for doing what she's done and that she should feel ashamed of herself and that she deserves consequences. Life doesn't always give people like that consequences, but she definitely deserves them. Thanks for the story and thank you for the update. Entitled sister-in-law stole our baby name, now she regrets it. To cut to the chase, my wife and I spent 4 years trying to get pregnant before the wrong side of 35. We are currently 33 respectively now and are blessed with a wonderful infant son. My wife has a younger half-sister that she's been low contact with for some time. The woman is entitled and toxic, and also her mother's golden child. We've refused to let her or my mother-in-law in the house since they both blatantly tried to make off with my wife's jewelry box a couple of years ago. The box contained a lot of valuable jewelry inherited from my wife's grandmother. Said jewelry is now in a safety deposit box as per my suggestion. My wife and I had nearly given up trying to conceive when it suddenly happened, and we were ecstatic. After we found out we were having a boy, we started looking into names. I ended up suggesting the name of my Scottish grandfather, and my wife loved it. So that's the name that we settled on, but we made the mistake of posting about it on social media. Well, no surprise to the stereotype in this mess, my sister-in-law was pregnant too, and was months further along than my wife, and also having a boy. She decided to claim my grandfather's name for her own son, and not just the first name, but the middle name too. We called her pissed off over what she was doing, and she smugly told us there's nothing we can do about it, which she was sorta right. There was nothing we could do about it legally, as it's still not a crime to steal planned baby names. We realized that drama was exactly what my sister-in-law wanted, and she thought that by taking the name for herself, we would not be able to use it. I laughed and told her that while what she did was dirty and underhanded, we would keep our chosen name, and she could just deal with it, whether she decides to go through with copying us or not. Well, my sister-in-law's baby daddy called me and said that I was an unreasonable dick for still wanting to use the name after sister-in-law claimed it. I said she claimed nothing, and since we couldn't own the name, then neither could they. Before he ended the call, he threatened me by saying I'd be sorry if we didn't change the name, and then hung up before I could respond. Months later, sister-in-law has a healthy baby boy and named him my grandfather's name. We didn't show up for the birth, both because of the pandemic and because we simply didn't care to be there. Sister-in-law called us wanting congratulations, but we told her we simply did not care, and that if she was still insisting we change our baby's name, then she'd be in for some big disappointment because we were not. Sister-in-law demanded I put my wife on the phone, but it was already on speaker, and my wife spoke up and said she agrees with me entirely. We weren't changing the name. Sister-in-law hung up on us, but soon started sending emails with text walls of names, even suggesting similar ones. I responded back that the name was from my grandfather, and that's why we were not changing it. She shut up, and we didn't hear from her again until after our son was born. 2 months later, we were blessed with our son. He came out perfect, and we named him just as we had intended. Well, no surprise, my sister-in-law called us a few days after the birth to scream in our ears that we copied her son's name. I pointed out she was the real copycat since she had no familial ties to the name, and we did. and anyone who looks at our family tree could see that. Then my wife spoke and said after the attempted theft of my grandmother's jewelry, she no longer considered sister-in-law her sister, and would have nothing to do with her nephew either. For months, we were bombarded with messages and emails from my wife's side of the family. Half were on our side after finding out the whole story, the other half were not. And sister-in-law's baby daddy, true to his word, showed up at my door to make me sorry. I'm not sure what his plan was, but I pretty much towered over him. I'm 6'1" and am well built from regular exercise and 3 trips to the gym a week. He, on the other hand, was very skinny and around 5'6" with a baby face that was badly hidden by a slim beard. I told him my house has cameras and to get off my property and never come back. He just yelled a few obscenities at me and drove off in his beat-up old car. Sister-in-law and mother-in-law called us from a different number to yell at me for making sister-in-law's baby daddy feel emasculated. I didn't even threaten the man. I just told him to leave and to not come back. And if he didn't want to feel emasculated, then he shouldn't have come knocking. Then they tried to bring up the issue of the baby name again and demanded we change our son's name, as he is so young, so there's still plenty of time to do it. We held our ground and told them that they were bonkers to still think that they were in the right after they copied our choice of name just to try and get one over us. I said sister-in-law didn't even name her son out of love, but out of spite to just try and stick it to my wife for no good reason. Then my wife called them both out on the way that she was treated growing up, how entitled sister-in-law and mother-in-law have been, and how she was glad to leave them far behind. And she wants nothing from them, and they won't have anything from us. That left sister-in-law sobbing, and mother-in-law called me a royal bastard before hanging up the phone. That was no contact again for a little while, until sister-in-law called us again sometime later to bitterly tell us that we had won. She and her baby daddy got into a huge fight, and he left. He was apparently very sore that sister-in-law didn't let him even give their son a middle name from his family, and he said that he was sick of the bullshit and wanted his son named after him and not some guy he wasn't even related to. Sister-in-law finally caved, and they got the boy's birth certificate reissued with a completely new name, which cost sister-in-law around $500, or so she claims. Sister-in-law then demanded that we at least compensate her for the name change, plus another $100 for the emotional damage, as now she's going to have to get used to calling her son by a different name. We laughed and said this would never have happened if she hadn't stolen our baby name to begin with, and we didn't owe her anything. Since then, we've been no contact with sister-in-law and mother-in-law, but my father-in-law, who's a very nice man and divorced from mother-in-law for obvious reasons, would come by often and loves his grandson. From what he and other relatives told us, the situation between sister-in-law and her baby daddy was pretty tumultuous, but we don't care. Not our monkeys, not our circus. In the comments, a deleted user says, "This was very satisfying to read. Sister-in-law sounds awful." And OP replies, "She is a complete spoiled, toxic, and petty woman. Her cousin and mother too, so we want nothing to do with the lot of them. Sounds like y'all are better off for cutting them out. They fucked with the wrong ones and lost." OP says, "Pretty much. But it never needed to be a competition to begin with." This happened to a friend of mine, Jane. Her little sister, Tina, was always pulling the same kind of stuff. Jane and her husband knew Tina well enough to know that she'd try to undermine her older sister whenever possible. When the "what are your baby names of choice" conversations came around, they dropped a decoy name. Supposedly, hubby's great-grandfather who had been killed at Gettysburg. These people all live within an hour of Gettysburg and visited it a few times. Sure enough, Tina took the name when she had the first boy. Jane and husband kept pleasant about the whole thing, and when baby boy was born about a year after Tina's son, they gave him the name of a cousin of theirs who died as a teenager. The family was touched, as the cousin who died was very beloved. When Tina tried to smugly apologize for stealing the name, Jane and husband just laughed and said that was another one of hubby's numerous dumb jokes. Hubby's family came here in the 1920s and never fought in the Civil War. OP replies to that, "If my wife and I ever have another child, will likely use decoy names. Just curious, but this sounds like your wife, sister-in-law, and mother-in-law are from an Asian country by chance. OP says, no, just plain American Karen family drama. It's really not a cultural issue. I think it's just one of these situations where you live and learn through your mistakes in letting dickheads, like your siblings, be privy to too many details that you should know they cannot be trusted with. And I always like to think that's why stories like this from Reddit are a great guidance, at least. They're obviously not gospel, you shouldn't follow the examples of them every time, but at a minimum I'd say it's great for pattern recognition. You can identify when some bullshit is going down, like in this story, and know to give a decoy name, to not play their games, to not let them know anything. Because if they have a history of using that information against you, or stealing things out of jealousy, why wouldn't they do it to something like this, a baby name, that means the world to you? There's never any rhyme or reason to people like that. I feel like they are just broken from the get-go. And I'm sorry that she hurt you, OP, but I do hope that you learn from this, and you get some revenge of some sort. And now, onto the update, titled, Why My Wife Hates Her Family. Hi y'all, I didn't elaborate about my wife's extended family in my prior post, but to be frank, they're mostly just plain nasty. My wife has a younger half-sister from her mother's second marriage, but from what I'm told, the half-sister's father was very emotionally and physically abusive to my wife and didn't stick around more than 10 years before flying the coop for reasons I don't know. And because my wife has a different father, she also has different grandparents. My wife's father is a very nice man, and we get along quite well. He divorced my wife's mother early on in their marriage because she's completely toxic. Because of having different parents, there's a 7-year age gap between my wife and her half-sister. Said half-sister ended up being pretty much the baby of the family, and they paid little attention to my wife once sister-in-law was born. So my wife left to live with her father full-time at some point in her teens, and her mother made a huge stink about it because without her, she no longer got child support money. That woman has also been nothing but crass and snide to me since I met her. I think mainly because I'm not rich, since she bluntly said my wife could do better. I make a decent yearly salary, so I cover my expenses just fine, have my own house, and now a wonderful family. Sister-in-law, as I said in the first post, was the golden child. She was brought up pretty much all the stereotypical ways that you can imagine. Never held accountable, never made to pay her own way on anything, got into all kinds of trouble because she was spoiled rotten. You can think of her as almost of being an embodiment of Veruca Salt, minus the rich, enabling dad. And when she first met me, there was quite an awkward and nasty period before she met her baby daddy. Around the time my wife's sister turned 18, she came visiting us more often and also started asking to spend the night on weekends. I left that decision up to my wife, and she allowed it because she hoped it'd help her and her sister become closer as siblings. But over time, I noticed sister-in-law was hanging around me more, and she was dressing in skimpier clothes and complimenting me a lot. She loved to pinch my arms and said I was like a Ken doll with muscles. Then one day, she actually tried to put her hand on my crotch. That was the last straw, and I told her to leave. She said I didn't know what I was missing before my wife laid into her, and they had a huge fight. She said my wife didn't deserve a man like me before storming out. I guess sister-in-law found me attractive and thought she could take me away from my wife, or perhaps she just wanted to bait me. I don't know, but I do know that I'd never let something like that happen. I love my wife dearly. She is a positively radiant woman who knows how to make me smile every day. I could never be unfaithful to her. But sister-in-law didn't give up. She got her cousin in on things and continued to harass us. Sister-in-law heavily flirted with me on multiple occasions whenever we visited mother-in-law over the next couple of years. She even started getting her cousin involved, and together they actually ganged up on me at a family Halloween party once. They were both dressed in skimpy Animal Year cosplay outfits and actually proposed we go upstairs and have a threesome together. I not only declined, but said they both needed to find some nice single guys their own age, then immediately told my wife what happened. She laid into them in front of everyone at the event, but mother-in-law sided with her golden child and got several other relatives to have her back by claiming I was lying to make trouble. So we just left to avoid more drama. Around the time sister-in-law's 21st birthday came and went, mother-in-law called us furious that we missed the birthday and didn't even send a gift, and apparently sister-in-law was crying over it. I said I was not comfortable around sister-in-law because she attempted to seduce me multiple times, and my wife said that it was not my choice, but hers, whether or not to send a gift, and she didn't want to because of what sister-in-law did, and mother-in-law never even so much as scolded her for it. Mother-in-law called it young hormones and said that family shouldn't be so cruel to each other. There was another big fight between mother-in-law and my wife, and we went low contact with the bulk of her family for a while. Then 2 years ago, my wife's grandmother died. She left most of what she had to her son, my father-in-law. But among the things my wife got was all of her jewelry. It was all vintage antique jewelry that had been passed down to only women in the family for years, and we had the collection appraised, and was valued as a whole at several $100,000 because the jewelry was not only vintage, but some of it was around 200 years old. We decided that it was best to keep the jewelry locked away in the grandmother's jewelry box, which in itself is also a valuable handmade antique. We figured that was it, but all was not well with mother-in-law and sister-in-law. They both had showed up at the reading of my wife's grandmother's will, and mother-in-law was appalled that she got nothing. Even more so after finding out my wife got the jewelry. My wife's grandmother had no relationship with sister-in-law at all, and barely one with mother-in-law, so sister-in-law wasn't even mentioned in the will. Mother-in-law threatened to take us to court and contest the will, but she never did. Instead, she tried getting nicer to us, and my wife decided to give them one last chance and allow them into our home again. But as soon as our backs were turned, they tried to make off with the jewelry and all its contents. I'd gone out to pick up some pre-ordered food for dinner, and my wife was distracted by mother-in-law. Sister-in-law had pretended to use the bathroom and raided my wife's vanity. But I caught sister-in-law outside by sheer chance when I pulled in the driveway because I wasn't gone as long as they had hoped. As soon as my headlights flashed her, she dropped the box on the ground before jumping in mother-in-law's car and locking herself in it. Wife and mother-in-law came running out when they heard me cursing up a storm. Wife saw the smashed jewelry box and freaked out. Mother-in-law realized she and sister-in-law were caught and had a huge fit over how she believed my wife didn't deserve the jewelry. I got between them, and mother-in-law hit me a few times and even drew some blood with her sharp nails. But she drove off before we could even get another word in once my wife said she was calling the police. We left the evidence untouched on the ground and called the police. Mother-in-law and sister-in-law were arrested, but basically got a slap on the wrist with only community service and a fine. The jewelry box was badly damaged. It had a long crack that started up one corner and went all the way to the top, and one of the brass hinges broke. I took it to someone who restores old stuff, and it costed hundreds of dollars to restore it. I went to see mother-in-law and said that she and sister-in-law were paying for the repairs to the box, or we would be taking them both to court over it. Mother-in-law told me that wasn't happening until I brought up the fact that we still have documented police evidence that sister-in-law tried to steal the box, and I could also sue mother-in-law for the assault that she did to me. She wrote me out a check to cover the damages right away and told me to leave. I said that the check better not bounce or have a stop payment put on it, or I'd have zero problem taking her and sister-in-law to court. The check thankfully cleared without issue. We got the jewelry box back, looking even better than it did before. But we decided the jewelry wasn't safe in our home anymore and had it put in a secure safety deposit box, where it has remained to this day. This incident was also what made us decide that our home needed cameras, and we've since installed some. Then for my first post, you all know what sister-in-law did by copying the baby name that my wife and I chose, which was also the name of my grandfather, so you can read how that went. What I didn't say in that post was how much my wife's other relatives that sided with sister-in-law put us through, especially mother-in-law and sister-in-law's cousin. Mother-in-law called and texted us repeatedly from a variety of different numbers demanding we change our son's name, both before and after he was born. We never once even humored her, and the cousin harassed us online multiple times. I ended up pointing out the time sister-in-law and her cousin had cornered and tried to proposition me, and then the cousin blocked me on Facebook when more people started questioning us both about it, since mother-in-law had kept that situation on heavy damage control back then. Several false rumors were spread about us, and my wife's family ended up divided, and is still divided now because of this. But mother-in-law, sister-in-law, sister-in-law's cousin, and a few other family members close to them were fully on their side. They believed that it didn't matter where sister-in-law got her baby's name. Said name was hers now, and we needed to let it go. I fired back that there was nothing to let go. Sister-in-law copied the name we had, and we still used it because it was my grandfather's name. We weren't asking sister-in-law to change her kid's name. We just weren't going to change our son's name because she copied it. And since we weren't going to associate with them anymore, the two kids would be complete strangers to each other anyway. The false rumors spread about me and my wife were pretty bad. For me personally, sister-in-law tried to claim that I was secretly only into younger women and I'd leave my wife as soon as she hit 40. She also tried to say that my son isn't really mine and claimed my wife had an affair because I wasn't getting her pregnant. I never asked her to do it because I never believed them, but my wife got a DNA test just to prove that I am my son's father to them. After that, the rumor mill died down and eventually stopped. After the mess where sister-in-law and her baby daddy nearly broke up and she changed her child's name, we were paid a visit by the cousin. She demanded we pay the money owed to the sister-in-law for the name change, and when we refused, she screamed at us that we ruined sister-in-law's relationship, and now her child's new name will always be a reminder of what we did. I simply told her to leave as we didn't start this mess, and we didn't even try to end it. We just wanted no part of it. Sister-in-law's cousin flipped me the bird with both hands and said she wished she could do it with her toes too, and then left. Before she got in her car, I said if she ever tried to come back, I'd call the police and file for a restraining order. And that's pretty much it, as we were still and are completely no contact with mother-in-law and sister-in-law, and the cousin too. Our next post is by a throwaway account, and it's titled, My 23 female, ex's 25 male, mum, 40s female, shared an on this day memory of my ex, his brother, and myself on Facebook. His new girlfriend, 20s female, blew up on me. My ex Ross and I broke up over a year ago now. We started growing apart and wanted different things out of life. We've kept things civil, kept each other on social media, but we don't talk unless we see each other in public. I have decided to stay single until I finish my masters, but he now has a new girlfriend, Crystal. I was very close with Ross's family. I still have them all on Facebook, but we don't talk unless it's to wish each other a Merry Christmas, Happy Birthday, etc. Only a handful of times a year, out of respect for Ross. They do like my posts, especially his mother. I asked Ross if he would rather I unfriend them, but he says he's cool with it and not to worry. The other day, I received a notification from Ross's mum. She shared a memory with me in it. It was of myself, Ross, and his younger brother when we were on vacation 3 years ago. His mum wrote, "Miss the beach. Can't wait for summer." I thought it was a little weird and awkward to say the least, but I didn't say anything. A few hours later, I received a Facebook message from Crystal saying, "Opie, I don't know why you feel the need to still keep tabs on Ross's family, but you need to back off. Accept the fact that he is my boyfriend, and please remove yourself as his friend, as well as the rest of the families. I've replaced you, and you serve no purpose to be in their lives anymore. Grow up and get over yourself." Okay, Jesus. I haven't even responded, but I'm so confused. I have met Crystal once when I bumped into them grocery shopping. Ross introduced us, and we exchanged pleasantries. She seemed really kind. What do I say? Do I say anything to Ross or his mother? Talk to Crystal herself? I didn't even share the post. I'm so confused. In the comments, Mayor Eep says, "I'd just click it so it gets marked as read and not reply. I'd bet my house, dog, and close family that she's watching the message to make sure that OP reads it." OP says, "I read it over a day ago, so I'm sure she's checked it by now." Also had a post that showed up on my newsfeed. She tagged Ross in a picture with the caption, "Don't know what I would do without this amazing man in my life. Love ya to the moon and back, babe. Us against the world. For a lack of a better term, I can't even deal." Chaos Collected says, "Screenshot and send to your ex and let him handle it." OP says, "I probably will do this tonight. I won't add anything malicious or accusatory, but I don't think I owe her anything. If Ross agrees, I'll oblige, but I'm not giving in to her temper tantrum." Fakyol says, "Message the ex, hi. I received this pretty aggressive message from your girlfriend, attached. I've mentioned before that I don't mind removing your family if it was uncomfortable for you. Let me know if you need me to do anything, but either way, I don't want her to contact me again. Thanks." OP says, "I sent him something along these lines with a screenshot. Waiting for a response." I feel like that is the most mature way to go about this. And you guys know me, I'm not always one for the most mature response. I love to see a bit of drama, but really it seems like these two had a healthy and amicable breakup, and maybe this new girlfriend has some deep-rooted insecurities and is not okay with people being cool with each other when they break up, and for some reason still sees OP as competition for her man, when it's very obvious that that's not the case, but she can't separate the two. It's eating this new girlfriend up inside, and she has to be a toxic, nasty piece of shit to OP that has to say something. She has to let the dark thoughts inside of her come to life and shit all over OP, who has done nothing wrong. She got insecure because the mum posted a memory from 3 years ago, and somehow that's OP's fault. That's OP's problem. Real catch. What a charming woman to be dating. I'm sure that relationship is going to last. But yeah, in regards to OP here, I think that response that ignores her and goes directly to the ex is the best way to deal with it. Because I'd bet money those two were not on the same page, that he has no idea what his current girlfriend is getting up to. And now, onto the update. I posted on Reddit a couple of days after I received the message from Crystal. After reading your comments, I agreed that I did not owe Crystal any response or action, but I did think that sending a screenshot to Ross would be the best idea. If he had a problem with me being friends with him or keeping in touch with his family on social media, I would have no problem deleting them. To me, that should come from him, not her. So later that night, I sent Ross a screenshot of the message that Crystal sent me, and I added, "Hey Ross, I received this message from Crystal a few days ago. Not sure what this is about, but if you have any issue with me being friends with you and or your family on Facebook, just let me know, and I'll respect that. Thanks." I saw that he read the message a couple of hours later. He didn't respond that night, but I got a message from him late the next morning. He said, "OP, thanks for sending me that screenshot. I had no idea that Crystal messaged you, and I want to apologize for her behavior. She was completely out of line in sending you that. I spoke with her yesterday after I saw your message, and she got pretty defensive. She told me that she saw that my mum still has pictures of you in one of our photo albums, and when she saw that my mum shared that memory of us on vacation, she got really insecure and took it out on you. She has never come to me and talked about it, but I told her that there's nothing to worry about, and both you and I have moved on. This upset her even more, and she accused me of cheating and said she found a sex tape of us on my laptop and threatened to show it to my mum. At this point, I just told her we're over. I think you should just block her on Facebook because she'll probably try to take it out on you. You didn't do anything wrong. Sorry for bringing you into this mess, lol, but thank you for giving me the heads up. I dodged a bullet there." So, that escalated. For the record, Ross and I never made a sex tape. Any NSFW ones that we did make were deleted immediately after watching. I called him to firm that up, and he assured me he didn't find anything. She was just using it as ammunition to try and get him to admit that either 1, he had an NSFW video with me, or 2, was cheating on her with me. Not really much to say other than that. I've blocked her on all social media and haven't heard anything since. I hope she doesn't have my phone number. Situations like these make me happy that I've chosen to stay single for a little while. Thanks for all of your advice, Reddit. It really helped. In the comments, Miss The Wire says, "Good gravy." Starts with insecurity over a Facebook post and ends with lying about a sex tape and threatening to send it to someone's mother. Even if Ross was cheating, why the hell would you do that to someone's mum? OP says, "That's what I asked when I called him yesterday. What would she gain from doing that, even if it did exist? Plus, Ross's mother walked in on us once. I'm sure she doesn't need another reminder of that unfortunate event." Someone else says, "Yay. I'm very glad that Ross seems like a very good ex-boyfriend. You don't see that as often as you should, so major props there. The only advice I have for you is to be very careful with your social media accounts right now. Hopefully Crystal doesn't know your phone number, but someone who's unfortunately this insecure won't be above making fake profiles to follow you or friend you, or having friends do it." OP replies, "I did a privacy check of my Facebook account yesterday. Crystal and I were not friends on Facebook, so I ended up changing my settings to make it a lot more difficult for people who were not Facebook friends with me to search me and view my profile. Probably the safer bet." Mrs. Grumpy Stripe says, "Am I the only one hoping these two awesome mature people will get back together?" OP says, "That could never happen. He wants to get married and have children, I do not. That's a deal breaker in a lot of relationships, including ours, and no matter how much we get along, we can't make that aspect work for us. Better off as friends now." Exciting Telephone says, "Exes who aren't mortal enemies and handled things perfectly reasonably? How refreshing. I'm glad that OP and her ex were both very reasonable about the situation, but his newest ex, oof. Facebook drama. Not even once." It's so pathetic that her stupid insecurity and jealousy ended the relationship to the love of her life. Like, girl, if you'd just had a rein on your temper, you could still be happily relationshiped. It sounds like she convinced herself out of a situation that had no good outcomes to her. Boyfriend had no option that let him be truthful. Exes communicating healthily? I guess I should sign off before I read anything weirder today. It happens a lot. It just doesn't get talked about as much because drama is fun. Yeah, drama is fun, and that's why the majority of stories we get on here are just some absolute shitstorm. Like, legit, go look at any of the stories that are positive and happy on the Am I the Arsehole subreddits. Anything like that, they don't get upvotes. People only care for negativity. The ones that do shine above the rest have an update, but it starts with some bullshit. It always does. And as much as I love those healthy stories about, healthy relationships that very much do exist, ain't nobody want to listen to them. Get that shit out of here. Bring in the couch. Bring the couch story back. That's the kind of stuff we're trying to hear out here. Anyway, I'm glad that everything worked out in the end. Her insecurity was her downfall. That is just a tale as old as time. Thank you for the story, and thank you for the wonderful update, OP. Good luck and continue being single, because points vaguely at the story that was just brought forward. Am I overreacting for refusing to let my fiance's aunt see our newborn baby until she apologizes for unsolicited jokes? My fiance, 26 male, and I, 24 female, just recently had our first child. This has been a pretty big deal for us since I had a major pregnancy loss with our daughter in 2024. A couple days ago, my fiance's aunt flew in from out of town to congratulate us and meet our son. When she got to our house, she kept making unsolicited jokes about this baby and my loss last year. My fiance had told her multiple times to stop and got very serious about it. She, however, still refused to apologize to either of us and continued making jokes. I eventually told this aunt that I'm not going to allow her to see the baby anymore until she apologizes and proves to the both of us that she can be a mature adult. I made it very clear to her that I don't need empathy, I don't need her to support either of us through this, nor do I even need her to give us any grievances. All I need from her is to be excited for us in the present moment, not to compare it to the past. Edit. She got very angry when I told her this, and yelled at us for being unfair, and claimed that we're taking her away from her own family. Am I overreacting? Note, my fiancé is in agreement with me and is backing me up 100% on this. He agrees that her words, actions, and level of immaturity are unacceptable. In the comments, absolutely not the asshole. Lock your doors. P.S. Massive congratulations. Enjoy those newborn cuddles. The days are long, but the years are short. OP says, thank you for the congrats. I'm cherishing these newborn cuddles for sure. He'll only be this small once. Someone else says, honestly, I would have told her and put her out on the street to find her own way round and own accommodation. You have a hell of a lot of patience. I would have given her a swift kick in the rear after she was warned the first time. OP says, if my baby wasn't right there in my arms, we would have yelled back at her. Our son was getting fed, so there was only so much we could do to remove him from her yelling, so I had to remove myself from the room as a whole. If it wasn't for our newborn being right there, our patience levels would not have been as stable. Fun Professional says, she effed around and found out. Your baby, your rules. And she's an asshole for making jokes about the loss of a child, and an even bigger asshole for continuing when you've both asked her to stop. Stick to your rules. And Sweet Permission replies, I've lost a child. She was 6. People who said shitty things then are still not in my life over 8 years later. What even is the context of the joke the first time around? I don't think you get a 2 strikes and you're out policy with jokes about child death like that. That's completely soulless and heartless. And for her to do it again in the presence of your child and try to make light of it, I don't know what joke would ever be acceptable like that, especially to parents of newborns, when the death itself happened a year ago. People have been killed for less. That's all I'm saying, People have been killed for the shoes on their feet. I don't understand what it is that happens in people's heads where they're like, this incredibly dark humor, quote unquote, is perfectly acceptable to say to people that are traumatized, to people that have experienced insanely disgusting things like this. I'm going to say it to their face as well, in their home in which they're accommodating me. You're not the asshole at all. I can see why you're questioning whether you're the asshole or not. I get that, things are fresh right now. There's a lot going on in your life, absolutely. But rest assured, she's just an absolute piece of shit, that one. And now, on to the update. I'm not sure if anyone wanted an update, but here it is. Please keep in mind that although I posted just last night, this situation happened multiple days ago. My fiancé's aunt is currently staying with his parents. Earlier today, my fiancé went over to talk to her about it. I stayed home by choice, for what I feel are pretty obvious reasons. He went over and explained to her that we are all cutting contact with her. She is not invited to our wedding, she will never see our son again, etc. He told her that she crossed the line, and that because of her actions, if we did receive an apology, we would have a hard time believing her apology was sincere. Obviously much more was said, I'm just giving a more general overview. The part that threw me off even more was the fact that she never even told his parents what happened. His parents were shocked and flipped out on her. They told her that her options were to go stay at a hotel and experience this area by herself, or to get a ticket to fly back home. None of my fiancé's immediate family, his parents and 2 younger sisters, have turned on or blamed me. I'm so lucky and thankful to have my fiancé as well as most of his family in my life. Thank you for reading, as well as the input that I got in the comments. In the comments, Lucy Aria Rose says, honestly, I thought that it was refreshing to have the rest of the family on OP's side for once. None of that, these people are blowing up my phone. Just the family rallying and saying to hell with that behavior. She's the fiancé's aunt, so she's the sibling of one of the parents. That means she was not only saying cruel jokes about Opie and her fiance's lost baby, she also said these cruel jokes about the siblings' lost grandchild. Imagine finding out your sister that you trusted and loved apparently found the tragic loss of your grandchild funny. Smart Quokka says, I'm impressed at this level of assholery. What did she think would happen? And yes, I know she was not thinking ahead at all. Powered by Chai says, joking is always a front for saying nasty things and having a get-out-of-jail-free card with, I'm just kidding. Some things you just never joke or joke about. I call it Schrodinger's asshole. Look, if someone makes a joke about losing a pregnancy or a very serious topic, I flip out like the devil and throw those people out fast. Aunt is a real asshole. Like, I don't even know what could possibly be construed as a joke in this context. Oh my god, haha, you miscarried, haha, like, what? I know, I'm so morbidly curious because I can't even imagine. Very refreshing to not have flying monkeys come around OP and be like, well, it doesn't matter what they said or what they did, you're an asshole for saying anything and doing anything back to them. How dare you defend yourself? Did you know that you're the devil? Because for some reason, it always happens, and I don't know what's wrong with people. But this is one of those rare examples where everyone bands together against genuine evil and puts a mirror up to its face and goes, look at you. That's not acceptable. There's something wrong with you. Very curious that she said nothing to her siblings when she went back to their house. Oh yeah, I just had to leave the house because we had some creative differences on things. Nope, nothing untoward happened at all. Don't worry about that. Don't go digging any further. There's literally no point. I came back to your house after a very good chat with them, and I'm not talking to them currently. Like, what was the explanation there? I'd love to know. Otherwise, thank you for the story, OP. Thank you for doing the right thing and telling everyone about this shit that she did. She deserves to be outcast for that.